like a gun, I'm fucking like a gun. I dress up like a gun to get her out. I dress up like a gun and fucking like a gun. She doesn't brush her hair and she won't brush her teeth, but I always give her a hand and hold my breath as she breathes. Hold my breath as she breathes. Dress up like a gun to get her out. I dress up like a gun, I fuck her like a gun. I dress up like a gun to get her off. I dress up like a gun and fuck her like a gun. That song's funny. That's a funny song. What's up, everyone? How we doing today? Yeah. Okay, what's the plan? What are we up to today? What are we up to today? Should I jump into drama right away? What should I do? Should I talk about that dipshit Ethan Klein? We play some games? Shit. What are we up to? Turn that on. Let's just go to YouTube right now. Let's see what inspires me. Gotta warm up my room a little bit. It's 14 degrees in here. Oh, I wanted to see what this is.
Ninjas looking to burn down buildings. It's happening all over. Mass protesters who smashed windows, set fires, threw rocks, and they get
cool
away
people.
with it.
Just a bunch of cool people. My friends.
Yeah. You're old and stupid and your hopes are useless, borderline abusive, time after time proving that you're self-binding your obtuseness to lies that your party line's been using. You've been dying from bullshit that you're modding. Leviathan got drone pilot eyes on snipers, got sights into compliance while riots outside get more lively, right? At least a bit more alive than your whole dumpster fire reliant ballot box buying, busy disguising and hiding that both sides work with the same guys, and it's bad science is spread like virus. It eats environments, coastlines higher, wildfire flame reach insane level of pain peddled this game for them devil chain metal cages from saving for the minimum monthly payment arrangements, and wage ain't covering even the basics. Smother the face, can't breathe in this place, face it, taser bad, cops, gas, stock, stat, coffin graves in the map, haven for taxes, we break our backs, it's black mass, man, never go.
Oh, shit, where? Whoa, where'd that comment go? I wanted to read that comment. You left me a comment. AB. Oh, what? That's fucking awesome. I want to see Anthony beat up fucking AB. This is Star Killer versus what's that fucking guy's name? Anthony? Let's just try AB.
Okay, so yesterday I come across this tweet on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter. And this is the first time, like, so this is like, I don't know, like a Dexerto wannabe, but like this is apparently like some kind of a fucked up right-wing version of that website. Yeet, it's called. And it's an AB
I
from
don't know, AB seems like he's also like drunk or on drugs or something. He's like all slurry, he's all weird, being weird. I think the H3 headquarters has a bit of a drug bug ripping through it, if you know what I mean.
H3 takes shots at Millhouse, and they put Millhouse in quotations. Millhouse is a podcaster. Do not worry, who's also been taking shots at AB and the rest of H3.
I don't get why they call him
AB
Millhouse.
says.
This guy's got a beard.
Now, we watched this yesterday, but I didn't really give much of a
he has
reaction because I
glasses?
wanted to address it today. Here is what AB had to say about yours truly.
I did not lose any sleep. I don't got notifications on my Twitter. I don't give a fuck. But him trying so hard to cosplay is whatever the fuck he's trying to do. It didn't go so smooth for him. And also, you know, fuck it.
Okay, that's someone that's, I think he's double dipping in his ADD meds. Like his hands all weird. He's like taking his second to get his thoughts out.
Millhouse, I don't know if you'll see.
So I like it. I love it. First of all, like,
Also,
he took like 10 seconds
it.
to like think about it. Like, should I? Like, also, all right, fuck it. Millhouse, like AB. I don't know what, like, if you're afraid of like saying something about me, I'm not gonna fucking come after you, bro. I'm powerless. So there's nothing that I can do to harm you. Don't be afraid. You don't need to think about it for that long and be like, fuck it, I'ma go for it. You're safe. This is a safe space, okay? It's just kind of funny how much he had to think about it. Like, should I mention this guy? Also kind of makes me feel good because you're making me feel powerful, AB. Is that what you're trying to make me feel? You're trying to make me feel like I have some kind of power over you because I don't. And I don't want to have any power over you. But you're kind of acting like I have some kind of influence.
honestly, that was awkward. Like, of him.
Yeah, it was awkward.
Just sitting there thinking about it very deeply. But I mean, let's continue watching the video. Sorry for waiting for the...
Also, you know,
Fuck it, man.
fuck it. Millhouse, I don't know if you'll see this clip. I want to say shame on you for me telling a white dude that he has no right to speak for me as an Arab. And then you look at the camera and you say, well, as a Lebanese person, I'm saying that you're a disappointment. You could say whatever you want. Nahnu Arab. You can say whatever you.
Don't make fun of his Arabic. Let's be nice. Look, he's been living in LA for in the States for most of his life. Detroit, Michigan. So I guess and he's half white. He's not fully Lebanese.
At least you know how to speak Arabic, bro. It's
He's
good.
trying. Okay, Nahnu Arab, Nahnu Arab. I hear you, AB. I'm with you, my man. Okay. Rewind a little bit.
You can say whatever you want. Nahnu Arab. You can say whatever you want to me, say however you want it, but to do it in a way in which you side with a white person, Habibi, you're getting too high off the snark cloud, okay? I'm telling you that.
I'm sorry, but the white person did way more than, like, he spoke out way more than AB had.
So the white person he's talking about is Mike.
So what?
Is Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
And let's watch the clip that he's talking about. So Mike from PA. So AB shared like this clip from Mike from PA a couple of days ago, and he was like, fuck Mike, why is he telling me all of these things, etc. I reacted to that clip, and here's what I had to say. So AB was like, Mike from PA, like, how dare you, a white man, tell me as an Arab that like I'm betraying my own people. So I was kind of like, look. Okay, if you're not comfortable with Mike from PA saying it, a white man, I'm gonna say it as an Arab. AB, you are kind of, disappointing your people. So here's the clip that AB got mad at. That's why he made that video.
Sorry.
You should say that to Ethan and Ela, AB. Say to Ethan and
Play a
Ela.
game.
This person then has the nerve to tell me that I'm selling out my own people. Who the fuck are you to say that I'm selling out my own people? Is this Mike from the Middle East? Okay, AB, I'll say it. This is Anthony from the Middle East. This is me, not Mike from PA. You're kind of selling out your own people. AB and Lena, you're selling out your own people by being on the H3 podcast and by letting Ethan and Ela spread Zionist propaganda unchecked. You should stop helping him. You are kind of a contributor. So this is what I said. Okay, I told AB, so if he doesn't want to hear it from a white man like Mike from PA, maybe he'll hear it from me as a Lebanese man. So that upset him. And AB's like, you're siding with the white man, and why aren't you siding with your own people? But AB, my guy, the irony of all of this is that the only reason we're upset at you is because you have been siding with a white man for the last year and a half against your own people, the Arabs. You've been siding with Klein as he sits there and spews Zionist and IDF propaganda. Like Hamas hides military bases under hospitals, and if the Palestinians are let out of Gaza, they're going to eat all of all of the Israelis and destroy them. That's why Israel needs to remain an ethno-state. A whole bunch of shit. Klein sits there and says that the IDF don't commit daily atrocities. Klein says that, believes that Palestinian kids are taught to hate Israelis and to kill them since they're 2 years old. Like, there's all this sort of shit that is happening.
Mustard on the beat. Do I want to? Yeah, maybe I do. I want to fucking be there. God damn it. Custom. $4K, baby. Upscale method. Ultra performance quality. Dynamic resolution scaling. I've never heard of that. AMD. Do I have AMD? What do you need to use it? AMD FSR 3. What does it use though? Does it use... Does it use GPU or CPU, babe? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I can always fuck with these. Aspect ratio, exclusive full screen. Alright, graphics. I think I still have things on pretty much ultra. Let's see if it can run in 4K. Run this game in 4K, baby. Oh, hell yeah, that looks great. Is there? Okay, but I feel like there was other graphics I turned down. Very high, ultra, very high. 16, high, ultra, high. Okay, it's everything's maxed out. Alright, where am I going though? I'm going... Oh, I made it there already? That was fast. Ah! I ran into the wall. I ran into the wall.
No sign of Mongols. is it?
How dare you! Oh, young master. I feared you were dead.
I came as soon as I could. It's good to see you, Yuriko.
You look tired. Are you hungry?
Not now, thank you. The Khan's army must have marched past here. Have you had any trouble?
A few bandits, nothing I can't take care of.
I've come for my father's... my armor.
You refused to wear it at Komoda Beach.
A lot has changed since then.
I hid it somewhere safe. Come this way. These old bones.
Where the hell is everyone today? Fuck.
I'll get Taichi to help me fetch it. He's at the cemetery,
What's he doing there?
tending the grounds, gathering plants for my poisons. Keeps vermin out of our food stores.
I'm glad you're not alone.
Is it control?
What about Lord Shimura?
Alive. The Mongols captured him at Komoda, but we freed him.
Others survived. And they're helping you?
A few. Lady Masako.
Good. She's been fighting alongside the boys since she was knee-high.
How's that
You'll
look
have to
for
tell me
all of
more
you
about
guys,
that
all
someday.
my beautiful, beautiful audience?
But it's just the
Looks
two
good?
of you?
A few others.
Looking good? Looking
Sensei
pretty?
Ishikawa.
Looking pretty on the screen?
I haven't seen
This is a
him
very
in
good looking game.
years.
Hopefully it looks good
Does
for
he
y'all.
still act like he's the only one
Actually,
who
you know
knows
what?
how
Hold
to...
on. Hold on, I gotta shrink this a little bit here. My head is way too big on the screen. Hey, kitten. Oh my god. Select the right fucking thing.
do things.
Half the time
kitten.
he's right, but his aim is
Hey,
unmatched.
kitten.
He would certainly agree.
Okay, put the fucking sword away, you dingus. Can I sword her? Won't let me sword her. She's got protective gear on.
Lord Sakai, you're back.
I wish I could stay, but I hear you're taking good care of Yuriko.
You've got that backwards, my lord.
Taichi, help me get the Sakai armor.
Go. I should pay my respects.
The weeds haven't been pulled.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, I'm gonna set up a live on
Returns and his home is a mess.
TikTok telling people to come in and watch me on
Don't worry
Twitch.
about that now. Let's make sure the armor is perfect.
Alright, okay, where am I? Alrighty, where am I going? Follow the wind. In this game, the wind guides you. Woo! Gotta go over there? Am I gonna fight a guy in there? Oh no, I'm trapped. That was weird. I feel like this is gonna be a boss battle. Oh no, I'm just gonna write a haiku. It's the opposite of fighting, it's doing a haiku.
I mourn my father. We used to meditate here. Now I am alone.
Put on my father's armor. How do I do that? Gear. Outfit. Is it? Oh no, I don't have it yet. Why do all the games change which controls do which, man? Whoa! Keep trying to run in this game, but it's a different button than the other game. Oh, hey everyone, come to Twitch. Come to Twitch, you can see what's going on Twitch. Or YouTube, I'm also on YouTube Live. Or just stay on TikTok, it doesn't matter to me. It's okay. That's okay too. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, how you doing? I think that was your comment, right? I was watching a bit of that, the AB versus Anthony video earlier to start the pod. To start the stream off, I did it. This is my father's armor? That's a good look. That's so cool. So many layers. You're doing good? Heck yeah. I'm doing good. What we like to hear. Probably get into more drama content in a bit here. Anthony's response. I need to... Okay. Maybe I didn't see that one. Do you have that one? Do you have... Then is there a new AB clip? Is it, or is it the one that he's in the bathtub? Like drunk in the bathtub.
Are you alright?
Yes, just lightheaded. For a moment, I thought you looked.
Face us, coward!
Get inside.
But you call me a coward. I've been all... Anthony hasn't responded. Is it the bathtub one though, or is it the one of him and... Because I saw the video of him responding to
said you'd come crawling back home.
Use of a traitor.
the one in the car. Ah, fuck off, guy. Ouch. Oh, you're dead now. You're dead. You are dead. Oh, man. Ha, you're dead. These hats are so cool. That is the new one? Okay, yeah. He's like on drugs for sure. There is something going on with the H3 crew. Something something not quite right. Cause AB is on ADD meds, right? Like what's his face? Ethan was trying to get ADD medicines. No, I that's what I think, cause he's on Vyvanse or Ritalin or something for treatment of ADD. When Ethan was trying to get his drugs from him, And if he's double dipping, if he's taking one or two too many of those pills, I have those pills right here. I've taken one too many. It makes you weird. It makes you jittery. It makes you nervous. It's not a good scene. Turn to tail area. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know. I didn't know I was supposed to be in a tail area. I was talking about people doing drugs.
Lord,
What is Afakia? As far as I know? Okay, I think that's what it is, right?
Are you alright?
Yeah, definitely not. No, he's definitely on something.
Him. Is Yarikawa giving us trouble
Yeah, I
again?
think
The Yarikawa rebellion
he sounds
was 20
kind of
years
drunk
ago.
in those videos too, like he's
Those
slurring
men
his
were
words
with
a
the
little bit.
Mongols.
Of course.
Especially the bathtub
Seeing
one.
you like
Who's
that.
gonna...
I'm still shaken up.
You can't lie down in a
I need to
bathtub
catch my breath.
and
By the
not
lake.
look like you're wasted.
The favorite tree.
That's hammered people activities, you know?
You said earlier you've been making poisons.
Keeps the vermin out of our rice.
Can you make it stronger? Enough to kill a man?
No one deserves that.
Can you do it?
The effects in larger doses are ugly.
Good.
Good.
Oh, my lord.
You trying to poison motherfuckers out here.
Sit with me a moment.
Maybe Shane Dawson, but someone made their apology video like
Poison
sitting
has
on the
never
floor.
been
or
the
something.
Sakai
Yeah,
way.
no, it's
No
fucking
Sakai had
weird.
to fight the Mongol Empire. I need every weapon we have. Tsushima can't afford anything less.
The Mongols have changed you, young master.
The world
Super,
has
super
changed.
weird. How long were you an H3 fan
My
for?
mother taught me about plants that heal, others that harm, even kill. But they must be consumed. How will you poison the invaders?
A blowgun and darts.
No, Shane Dawson. Shane
I've
Dawson
read of
probably
their
did,
use
but
by a
definitely
Genji warrior
Trisha
who
did that
studied
as
with
well.
monks from the West.
Trisha made several videos of her just rolling
Will you
around on
help
the
me?
floor in the kitchen and shit. Trisha Paytas was a mess,
Promise me you'll remain the good man I know.
and Ethan took
promise.
full advantage of that fact. You know?
I've looked after your every need since your mother carried you. I won't stop now.
All I need is something to make a blowgun.
Used to be plenty of reeds downriver, near the old crossing. Remember? You and your little friend gathered them to make little boats.
Ryuzo and I, we spent all day reenacting the Battle of Danora.
Be careful, Jin. The invaders have an outpost there now.
Don't worry, I'll be back soon with reeds.
Go get your reeds.
Okay. I'll go get them. Wait, where's the wind blowing? Confused. I can't tell which way that's blowing. Where are you blowing, wind? Am I supposed to go this way? Ah! Ardarathi? That sounds like some proper nerd shit. Oh! Hold on a second here. I'm gonna pop this chat out. Yeah. Where are you? Pause chat. Pop out. Pop out. Pop out and show chat. I mean, initially I was a big fan of the Vape Nation era, and then he started hanging out with PewDiePie. That swastika I bailed. Then I came back, they were doing like Pride Minute and stuff. Yeah, that was a big thing. Oh no worries, no worries. What game are you playing? Yeah, because my friend showed me them a long time ago. Along with iDubbbz, and I was always like, I don't like... iDubbbz was really hard to get behind because of what he was, like, the language he was using.
Yuriko was right.
So I was like, I don't know about this shit. And Ethan, he started going down... Like, I watched a couple of his videos, I'm like, alright, these are kind of funny. I'm kind of a bit too old for this kind of humor at this point. This is funny if you're 14. Pots. And then he started to kind of turn around. He disavowed all the anti-social justice warrior bullshit he was doing. He kind of distanced himself from the right-wing crowd that he was making for himself. So I'm like, all right, I'll stick around. And then I started watching the podcast because I liked the content. Around the same time, maybe a little bit after that, I found Hassan. Started watching Hassan a lot. But then, the thing that got me is right before the end of Leftovers, there was a socialism debate that made me really not like Ethan. There was like the bit of the homophobia and like his guests. A lot of his guests disturbed me because it was like, have you ever seen that movie Idiots Dinner for Schmucks or whatever? It was way too much like Dinner for Schmucks. Like he was inviting people, he was just taking advantage of people, and like it was kind of like he was living vicariously through what's his face? Jimmy Lee. Like he wanted to say all the things Jimmy Lee was saying, but he couldn't, and then he was like, that was gross. And then there's that one guy, the weird foot guy, he brought on and was just like ridiculing the whole time. Seaman. And I liked Seaman. I thought that guy was hilarious. He's not doing nothing to hurt nobody. But they were just so mean to him. Like fucking trying so hard to get pictures of his nuts or his dick. Just weird shit. Like I hated all that shit. I forgot how to play it. Oh, it's this button. B. Oh, I'm on fire! I'm on fire! Okay, we all can't be on that fucking roof. There's like 50 people on the roof. Yeah, that was really gross. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna turn this game down a bit. Hopefully you can hear me a bit better. I don't know how loud that game was being, but that was started to get me. Then there's like the homophobic remarks where he's like, are you top or bottom? And people are like, that made me uncomfortable. And then he's like, fuck that, fuck you being uncomfortable, I'm allowed to do what I want. Which was really showing like his old ways of the anti-social justice bullshit, which came out in full effect when he started screaming at Olivia during the pronoun argument not that long ago. A lot of people he was bringing on. Yeah, exactly. And Gabe, I really didn't like what he was doing with Gabe. Like, Gabe started off really wholesome, but it really quickly moved into territory I didn't like. And especially if he's not paying him. Because Gabe is a sweetheart. Fuck. Very exploitative. But that's what he did with Trish the whole podcast. And like, I hated Trish. Like, Trish was like so toxic, so bad for the trans community. I was never a Trish fan, but what he did was just as bad. Like, he gave her a platform and then just poked at her and poked at her and poked at her until she had a mental breakdown for fucking content. It was disgusting. But yeah, the socialism versus capitalism debate was what really got me. That was like right before the end of the podcast. And he had the worst takes. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, and that was the first time I'm like, whoa, Ethan is really a fucking moron. one of the first times I thought, like, I never thought he was smart, but that was the first time I thought, like, this guy's really fucking stupid and dangerous with how stupid he is. And like, cause like I would never like get any information from that guy. I don't even get any of my information from Hassan. Hassan's just kind of like listening to myself talk, which is nice. Like, I already deeply held all of the socialist convictions for a long time before I discovered Hassan. And yeah, he's super pro-capitalist, and like, which is so. And then he like shits on China for being a good example of a social progress, or like a socialist state doing well, and then he shits on China constantly. But that son of a bitch has all his merch made, his shitty, what do they call it? The Teddy Fresh, all that shitty Teddy Fresh is made in China. So you fucking hypocrite. If it's as bad as you think it is, then you blatantly fucking think it's exploitation and you're profiting off of it. You fucking scumfuck. That's worse. Is it life? Honestly, yeah. I think so. That's what I think. He kind of says that too in his context puke. Kind of talks about that too. He's like, was I bamboozled? Was I groomed by this? Me, a 45-year-old man was groomed? Maybe. You're not fucking stupid. Drop shift. Stop lighting me on fire, you fucker. How do you even have a flaming sword? That doesn't even make sense. But yeah, it's so funny because like he was even like doing the whole thing where he's like, "There's no way Hassan's clothes are made in America. Like with our margins, like there's no way." It's like he doesn't understand how not everyone wants to mark up their clothes like fucking 900% to make shit tons of money. They kind of have some convictions to like practice some healthy, good labor laws. Even though at this point I'm pretty sure everything in China is like fucking automated. If it's actually made in China itself, I don't think their labor practices are as exploitative as they once were. Because like all that shit, like all the really bad shit moved to like Bangladesh. Like even China's outsourcing now to like slaves, countries that have basically slaves doing all the work. And it's not just the United States anymore. Gather reeds from the boat. Can I dive down? What do you mean gather reeds? But yeah, that was the big moment for me. That was the big switch. I'm like, that's gross. Like, he wants to talk about how Hassan tricked him. What about you tricking your audience into thinking you're actually progressive? That's more of what happened. Like, that's the first time you fully, like, said out loud that you're like a super pro avowed capitalist that's super happy with exploiting people for your own personal profit and stealing people's excess labor. That's the first time he said that shit out loud. Like, you fooled everyone. You decided to hop on a podcast with a fucking communist, a very, very vocal communist. Like, if you were fooled by him, then I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, but I mean, they should be using a union regardless of where. I don't think it has to be in the US. It has to be better not shipping around the world. Honestly, I think that's the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest problem with capitalism is like it's made it so you can take raw goods from one place, ship them across the world to another place, have them make something and ship those all the way to the other place. The amount of resources it takes to do that is so insane, and it just like eats our planet alive so much quicker than if we just like used what we had in our nation to make as much as we can and then trade with everyone else with what we don't have on a fair basis of trade, because like I don't think human beings are inherently competition based. I think we're meant to get along and work together to survive. But I think capitalism has shifted human nature into a more aggressive, hyper individualistic viewpoint. So most people think, oh, it's human nature to be competitive. I don't think so. I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Stand and fight.
I still can't tell if Easton was more progressive and now regressed, or is pretense something. I honestly, I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew what he stood for. Because I think during that time, he literally started Googling political terms and like started to actually learn politics. I don't think he knew what a social democrat was or a democratic socialist was. I think he found that out after that fucking episode. He didn't know. He didn't know. Like, he honestly just thought, oh, we vote for Democrats because they're better than the Republicans. Like, that's the extent of his fucking political knowledge. Because if you rewatch those fucking things, he doesn't know anything. It's like, it's so hard to watch him talk. He's like, I don't know. And it's like, that's why I call it. It's just the Ethan Klein education podcast. Because he doesn't know anything. And then he's like, oh, like, because he gets destroyed by Dan and Hassan. Not even destroyed. Like, he can't even like describe what he means. So he has to like spend the next week reading Chat GPT. Trying to develop a fucking, like, what his own politics are. And then he found out what a democratic socialist was, or a socialist democrat. Democratic socialist or a social democrat. That was Kropotkin's light work, basically to argue and show proof cooperation is more an evolutionary advantage than competition, and that other species in nature almost never compete with other within the species. Yeah, I just think he was ignorant. But yeah, Kropotkin's awesome. The conquest of bread, baby. But yeah, I don't think he was lying or even being malicious or anything. I think he was just fucking stupid. Like, cause he kind of admits it, but he tries to blame Hassan. Like, he admits he was too stupid to know what like Hassan's beliefs were, but then he blames Hassan for it. He's like, oh no, Hassan tricked me. It's like, no, Hassan didn't trick you. You were just too stupid and you didn't know anything about politics. Like, that's what happened. Hassan didn't trick you into being on a podcast with him. You're just an idiot. And didn't know your own politics, for that matter. I'm sure he compares, like, I think he honestly does kind of care about homophobia, but not not in the sense, I don't think he cares about homophobia, or he wants to learn and do better, but he just, like, I think he really doesn't like blatant out there racists. Well, he didn't at the time, so because, like, they like to clown on a lot of the right-wing nutjobs. But now he's saying he respects the out-and-about anti-Semites. Which is such a weird fucking place to, or thing to say. I respect them because they're more out and about. They're more out and about. Fuck, that's crazy. But it does kind of make sense, because that is what Martin Luther King, or was it Malcolm X? One of those boys said there's nothing more dangerous than a white moderate. Because at least, I think that's what he was trying to say, but it's like, Ethan, you're the white moderate in this situation. You're the dangerous one. You're the wolf in sheep's clothing. Maybe I ended up watching the Pride Minute again yesterday. Did you? That's funny. Because that was actually... They were clowning on Jordan Peterson for that one, right? He's like, oh, I remember when Pride was a sin. Pride was a sin. And now they have a whole month. Whole month? Christmas is one day. What about 1 minute? What about Pride Minute? So they started doing a Pride Minute because of Jordan Peterson. I still don't know what the fuck this was. Gather reeds for blowgun. Ow. How do I gather reeds for blowgun? So how do I... Where are the reeds? Whatever, fuck it. Okay, I'm down for a conspiracy theory. Ethan literally cannot go back to making a fun, funny show because he never could. It was Ian all along, guiding the humor, making fun and funny. Now that he's gone... Ian's gone? Cannot perform comedy. He needed Ian to help him know how... No, what was fun? I believe that. That's hardly a conspiracy. Did you ever watch any of Ian's streams when he was streaming? He put so much thought and work into creating like this story as you go story. Like, he was a great writer. I fully agree with that point. Like I'm sure before he was like, he didn't have so much hatred in his heart, and he wasn't, before he tried to be a political guy, I think he was, it was easier for him to be humorous. But now that he's trying to be political, I think he's like rotted his brain with whatever means he used to lose all that weight. Be it like, even if it wasn't Ozempic or amphetamines, it was like harsh enough diet that he lost so much weight so fast. That can fuck up your brain too. That's also not good for you. Feel like Ethan's face actor. Yeah, I can, yeah, for sure. He's the writer. That's the thing. But like, Ethan's all but lost that ability to be funny and worth watching. Maybe back in the day, because I did watch the show for a long time. And I kind of did. I kind of liked Goblin Mode when it was aimed at people who were oh, there we go. Deserving of it.
Perfect for a blowgun. I'll get these to Utica.
accounting. Ethan's like react somewhere. Yeah, straight up. And like honestly, for a long time, I wanted it to just be the crew because I really liked the crew dynamic when it was like I loved Sam and I loved Cam so much with all my heart. I love Sam and Cam. I think Sam's moment of I need to get the fuck out of here came during the Cutie Cinderella segment where they're laughing in her fucking face about her being sexually exploited via AI. She's done. Yeah, he's a loose cannon, and for a short period he's accidentally firing at our enemies. Then a wave rocked his ship, now he's firing at... Honestly, that's the thing. Another thing, someone just said... Because I made a couple TikToks that kind of popped off. So there's a lot of Ethan fans defending him. And what did someone say? They're like... He gets so much hate online, blah 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 blah. Ethan's always gotten hate online. His whole career. This isn't fucking new. He's used to it. The thing is, before it was people that never liked him and would never like him. Now he's getting hate from people who used to like him. That's a hard go. That's what makes it different. It's the audience that he cultivated turning on him for turning on them. Cam, like he's blaming Hassan for tricking him into being progressive when he's the one that tricked his whole audience into him being progressive. Like that was what he did to everyone, and now he's mad at everyone for being like, oh, you guys actually believe those things that I was spouting off about? I thought we were all just goofing and gaffing about that. You guys actually deeply hold your beliefs to your heart? You actually have deeply held convictions, political convictions? You guys actually care about the oppressed? What the hell? I thought we were joking. Now he's trying to shed that audience. He shed all the right-wingers before, and now he's trying to shed all the progressives. What is he going to be left with? The weird fucking half-liberal, half oppressive, like, Destiny type fuckers? Like, that's the only people that are left. The really weirdos. That are like, I'm fine with gay people, but I want my boot on the throat of everyone else. Yeah, no, and like blames Hassan for radicalizing his audience, like, or like everyone leaving. It's like, dude, no, everyone's leaving because like you're acting like a dickhead. Where am I going? But yeah, that's the biggest thing. I think him kind of gaslighting us into being like, no, I thought he was just a sock dem like me. I thought everyone here was just sock dems because he was so surprised. There's that chat where he's like, wait, everyone here is actually a radical communist? Everyone here believes in them? And he was like blown away by like the audience. Was like, he doesn't even realize what's going on because he didn't know anything about politics.
Excuse me, young master.
Like, straight up.
Lord Sakai.
And then he tries to, like, even in the context nuke, because Hassan was reacting to it yesterday, which was pretty good. Pretty good breakdown, but that was a big point I was making where he's like, yeah, you have to, like, to try and get liberals on your side, you have to come at them with like, you have to start at SOCDEM. You have to start really light, because we're like, there's so much, like, scare tactics around socialism or communism. Like, there's years of Red Scare propaganda that you freak people out immediately and they won't listen to you anymore as soon as you say communism or socialism. So you start with a light form, you start with SOCDEM talking points, these social programs, and then you get into harder rhetoric once they get down that path.
Of course, young
like,
master.
you ease into it.
Come.
And it was I can't remember, he's kind of stated it in a weird way. It's where it's like, we gotta, you put that on before you do it, but it's not like tricking them. It's like it's leading them down the obvious path to get to a state where that benefits them the most. Like if you're a worker and you're scared of socialism or communism, then you're kind of a moron. Like unless you're like Ethan and you benefit greatly from capital and private property and ownership over capital and the means of production, you shouldn't be scared of socialism or communism, because it's all gonna benefit you.
On that runt pony.
To an extent. Yeah, Ethan made it sound like grooming, but it's just activism and changing my... Yeah, straight up.
You were the shogun himself.
And it's like anything. It's just education. You can't, like, you got to start with addition and subtraction before you jump into fucking complex multiplication and algebra and shit. That's explaining leftist politics. You need to have building blocks to understand so much. Like there's so much to get through before you can finally understand how socialism would work. And then asking socialists to be like, well, explain how it would work.
My uncle's black eye took weeks.
There's like even in that one fucking argument about capitalism, we're like, well, what about like the cleaners in the office? Who would clean the office? It's like, and like,
I don't remember my father's laugh.
That all depends on how things get structured. I honestly think that, in my opinion, if everyone owns the workspace, everyone's gonna want to clean the workspace. Or you hire a company where everyone owns the company that cleans up. Like it's just another corporation that's worker owned. Like whatever. That's trying to like you can't predict how things are gonna work that specifically. How like large scale change is gonna impact small scale systems right now is it's
I know.
It's just goofy. It's not really useful. Then that too, yeah. Like we don't even get taught from kids how capitalism learns. We get indoctrinated that capitalism is the best system ever, and we don't really get taught how it works or what it really means. Like they capitalism's explained to us as just commerce. Like that's all capitalism is just commerce, but it's way deeper than that. Like capitalism is inherently exploitative because it requires ownership of capital and people profiting off of other people's labor. It's not just like, oh, you make money, you trade your service, your labor for money, and then you can use your money to buy stuff. That's not, like, that's kind of what you're taught. Like, we were never really taught about, yeah, how to name it as a good work. How to, that's literally what all school is. It's just like,
Remember how we'd gather flowers for your mother?
She arranged them for the little alcove at home.
just training us to be workers. Not even how to navigate it, but how to be a submissive worker. Be like, hey, you're the boss.
Your plants.
Bow down to hierarchy.
Crush them. Make a paste.
Just indoctrinated into being a good worker. Literally, school is grooming for capitalism. You got it.
What you need.
Not even for capitalism. It's grooming to be a servant.
It's done.
You're sure he came this way? The old woman has a camp around here somewhere.
Listen, someone's coming.
Stay there, Yuriko.
That's why they avoid teaching so many things. Like,
let's see if this poison works.
You will
ooh.
to Saddam and the others. I just want his head. And the price that goes with it. How much farther? It's around here somewhere. Let me get my bearings. Hurry up. I don't want to lose you.
Whoa. They got poisoned real bad. School is grooming for capitalism. I like that.
Are you hurt?
Well, okay, no. School is grooming to become a wage slave.
Don't worry. I dealt with them.
I like just like simply explaining
I forget sometimes
to people like that are like, because so many people hate taxes. They're like, taxes are the worst thing. Taxes are what's evil. Taxes are what's wrong. And then you're like, well, yeah, some taxes go to bad things, but like,
You are not a child.
that's money that goes to a lot of really good things that you actually benefit from. What's actually worse is the 60 to 90%
There is another.
of your labor value that you've created being taken from you and given to the boss, the owners.
Try to remember.
That's way worse than taxes. Like if you work at a store and like McDonald's is a good example. You work at a store and you make so many cheeseburgers and you made McDonald's $300 in an hour and they are giving you $15 or $7 in the States, $7, and you've made them $300 with your labor. Exactly. You're getting bad. Wait, where's the ban button? Dirties. Well, no one. Wait, do your taxes cover your lawn being mowed?
What were they? Red.
Did you say you're in South Africa?
No, it has petals. A flower. No.
Are you white in South Africa or are you black in South Africa?
Young master, would
That's
you like
true. No,
something to
he
eat?
just takes money from you.
I just need the poison. You are trying to remember the ingredients.
White in South Africa post-apartheid.
Flowers.
At
You
least like
remember
they
them,
probably
don't you?
you
It's the
probably
ones
are a
I
lot more
planted at your
knowledgeable about
family cemetery.
apartheid than most people
I remember washing the graves.
around the world are, because like I don't know how old you are,
Of water from the lake.
but I'm sure they
Knew it
talk
would
about
make
it
you
and teach
strong
it.
and teach you to respect your ancestors. Don't you remember the flowers, Jin?
Spider lilies.
That's right.
Nearly 40k, then you're probably super knowledgeable. Because when did it end? The 80s? I don't even know. I don't know my history too well. When did apartheid end in South Africa?
With enough spider lilies, you can craft a poison that makes rats
It ended, yeah, okay, so yeah,
tear each other to
the
pieces.
80s.
It's awful.
It's for a good cause. Just make it strong enough to work
80s or
on
90s. Very early
If you
90s.
think it's necessary, I know exactly where to find what we need.
I'm not too stupid, I was pretty close.
this part of the forest. I was here when I was a child.
That whole thing with fucking Ethan talking about Nelson Mandela, holy shit, man. 92, 94, okay.
Came here.
Your mother loves
I was
to
still
take
born, I
long
was
walks.
alive.
I searched until sundown.
That's crazy. That's craziness.
She was gone.
It's like residential schools in Canada not being closed till 1997.
Nearly dead by the time your father found you.
I can imagine.
I've never seen him so angry.
Angry at himself for failing to protect you.
Nelson Mandela was just a sweetheart. He didn't do nothing mean to nobody. He just said everyone be nice. No more black, white, violent. No more being mean to black people. That's all he said.
I wonder what your father would make of the ghost.
He would disapprove, like my uncle.
Don't be so sure. They argued often.
I know.
Kazumasa
Like,
thought your
there's this
uncle
whole
too
thing.
rigid, willfully blind
He
to
was he
possibilities.
was labeled a
Kazumasa
terrorist.
had imagination.
Imagination.
And kept in prison for what, 40 fucking years?
You're like him in more ways than you know.
Trump's never taken a country. Didn't you see Mark Carney talk to Trump and spank his little pee-pee?
Careful.
Disrespecting the dead.
Stay here.
Well, man, it's filtering all your comments. You gotta use nice language. Or I don't get to read your dumb words. Oh, I thought there was guys there. He tried to start the MK for like 8 years. They didn't listen to him till after some massacres. He was literally the guy making the revolution. Yeah, exactly. It's the only way. It's the only way change happens. Like, has there ever been a peaceful movement? Outside of, like, I think Gandhi, maybe? Throughout all of history, has oppression ever been defeated with pacifism? Oh my god. I don't even think Mandela would have to. Like, exclusively. Like, it's like, look what's happening. Like, it's like a big thing with Palestine. It's like, oh, they're teaching these kids to be anti-Semitic in schools. Like, they're teaching the Palestinians to be anti-Semitic. It's like, no. Israel's saying we're killing all of you in the name of Judaism is teaching them to be anti-Semitic. They don't need to be taught to be anti-Semitic when they watch their fucking family members be bombed to death by the Jewish state. That's gonna teach them to be anti-Semitic. It's not right. It's not right. It's not Judaism that's doing it. It's Zionism and like fucking insane fascist realities of the maintenance of an ethno-apartheid state. But when all you know is like a fucking Star of David getting drawn on your house means it's going to be taken from you in a week, you're going to not like the Jewish people very much because they claim that that's what we're killing you in the name of. But yeah, convinced to do violence or organizing it, convinced to do. I don't know about convinced, maybe convinced to do it, but gave the masses some organization to do violence effectively. That's how I would describe it. Because convincing them to do violence, I don't know, seems. Oh, yeah, the Anne Frank shit was so crazy. The reality is the one leading the awakening of consciousness is total slander to paint him as a pacifist, or simply imply he's an example of not needing violent opponent. Yeah, I know. Okay, that's crazy. It's whitewashing history. It's like it's liberal shit. Fucking goddamn liberals are the fucking worst, man. Fuck off. Holy shit, that guy's strong as shit. Woo. Okay. Yeah, that's fucked. I am playing. Sorry, Joanne. I missed that. Taxation versus labor value discussion. AI, hell yeah. I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima. He was trying to. Yeah, him trying it to Anne Frank and her only being a hero because she's a pacifist despite her. I know, that's gross. That is so gross. His that whole thing. He was convincing them of the fact that it was the only way to defeat the regime. I mean, even Martin Luther King wasn't much of a pacifist. No, Martin Luther King was, like, he was part of the reason I think black communities started arming themselves. That led to one of the only fucking gun restrictions in all of United States history. I'm pretty sure that was Martin Luther King. I might be wrong. He would organize like
Did you drive them off?
people like black
Yes.
groups of people
It's safe to
policing the
look for the spider
police,
lilies.
Why
so
would we
they'd
look
have
for them here?
armed black people following cops around
Isn't this
to
where
make
we
sure
used
that
to
they're
plant
not
them?
fucking just killing black people, as they still do
not
to this fucking
here.
day.
It's been so long. They're in another cemetery. Your great aunt's branch of the family. It's not far.
Oh god, that sounds like the worst thing I've ever heard. Don't do that. Where's my horses?
Yuriko, do you remember? I was 5 or 6. I had a nightmare about this forest.
AI is a tool. I'm not anti-AI. I'm anti-AI
To keep you
under
calm.
capitalism,
That was real?
and AI being used to displace
Our
workers
retinue was returning home late
at the
one
behest of ownership
night. We were ambushed by Ronin.
and taking all the jobs away, so no one has any money anymore.
Not of the Ronin.
That's why automation should be such a good thing, but under capitalism, automation just means people losing their jobs and owners not having to pay labor,
Pursued them on foot.
and groups
You
of
could
people
hear their screams. He returned
jobless.
to us just before dawn, covered in blood.
Honestly, AI is awesome. It's an awesome thing. I don't even think it's AI though.
Do you recognize this lake?
I think it's calling it AI is disingenuous because it's not artificial intelligence. They're just large language models. There's no intelligence in these things.
The view's much better from the shore. Join me, young master. These old bones need a rest.
But yeah, fully automated gay space luxury communism. That's what I'm about, baby. Save game. I am done playing this game for now. Quit game. Ooh. Yeah. Fagulosis. I don't know what that means. What you say? Oh, that's okay. I've never seen it as an acronym before. What are we at? Is Hassan back on his bullshit? Is he covering it?
Argument, obviously, he made so many concessions, which his audience then reframed as, no, he was actually being understanding and empathetic. It's like, well, yeah, the concessions he's making are around like lies that he's told about me. That's not like just a, it's not, you know.
That was a big thing. I don't get it. Like, there's so many points in the debate where he's like, oh, Overzealots made a video. I love Overzealots. But like a big thing. What was I saying? Yeah, he kept being like, fine, I concede. Like, you're right. You're right, Hassan. You didn't lie about that. You're right, Hassan. My wife's a terrorist. Like, he kept doing it. Ooh. I gotta, there's a bunch of these fuckers are arguing in my Oh, really? Oh, wait. No, it just looks like he has one. Yeah, him on Pierce Morgan is so funny. I'm just going to leave this open because I do want to check in every so often. But him being like, Palestine, Palestine to that fucking, what does he have, blue hair? Is it Vinny? No, Vinny was good too. He almost makes that guy pop. This fucking one. Oh, where's the volume?
Perhaps what I'm trying to imply
very patronizing.
here. Utilizing the hostages. I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London
I know.
about Palestine and doing a both sides are fucking fine type bullshit. Where you're talking about how you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously, you know, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand perhaps what I'm trying to imply.
I gotta
utilizing.
Hold on. I want to read the comments. Where are all the comments? I just saw a good one. God damn it. Ethan might be legit manic. At least there's a lot of people that are stoked about it. Because the one video I posted is just I don't know if you follow me. I know, he gets so red. Ethan rages because Hassan isn't answering, then halfway through Hassan says, yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's like I saying stepping stones to like, for Hassan to fully explain some of the points he's making, he has to you have to have some historical context of what he's saying. Because unless you understand like 3 points before what he's saying, it sounds like what he's saying is insane because you don't know the full context. This is bored. I'm bored. It was so frustrating. Oh my god, that fucking debate. Oh my god, almost impossible to get through. But yeah, I want to see his comment. Someone said they're trying to say like that the swastika was a dog whistle, but like a dog whistle to who? You think all these leftist creators are dog whistling to the fucking neo-Nazi community? Like what do you mean a dog whistle? A dog whistle has to be for someone. Everyone on the one of the earliest things you do, I explained this the other day, as a leftist, is rid yourself of any anti-Semitic thinking and like try to understand how bad anti-Semitism is, because anti-Semitism is so woven into the fabric of fascism. You have to understand that to like truly start grasping a lot of leftist thought, or at least like how to dismantle a lot of right-wing thought. Yeah, left-wing anti-Semitism makes no fucking sense. It's like one of the earliest stepping stones of becoming a left-winger is understanding anti-Semitism. On the debate, someone was talking about Ethan, was like, I'm so jealous. It must feel so good to get in a debate when you're on coke. Oh yeah, that was good. I like that one. But yeah, these fucking comments, they're just like, oh, where are the other ones? Oh no, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's like this whole thing, people are like, true, Ethan is crazy for being Jewish, LOL, and trying to defend his wife, LOL, how dare he? It's just sad seeing you guys desperately try to make him crazy. And I'm like, what? No one said anything about Judaism. And who are you talking about? The Raider of Ramallah? That's what I said. Yeah, heck yeah. You could try to do, if you could do a him versus Nelson Mandela song and it's not just like super cringe, you should try it. It's just AI. I don't know. I don't even know the first thing about making AI songs. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. I always spell Klein wrong. Rap is harder because you have to be poetic. I thought, does AI not do it for you, or you have to write it and then AI sings it? Let's watch over Zelux here.
And Hassan Piker's debate. Ethan played a
1 hour ago. Let's go.
Hassan reacting to
This guy makes such good videos, actually. Like, before he even started talking about this, he had what did I really like? His Venezuela video is really good, and I think he has a few on Che Guevara. Che Guevara was really good. But yeah, he's good.
Of mine in which I refuted Ethan's dishonesty and omission surrounding the Nakba. We'll get back to this, but let's just say
the bunker cat? What's the bunker cat?
Clip off where he did. I'm going to be making this quick and hopefully short video to disprove Ethan's mischaracterizations of the Nakba and the events that contextualize it, his dishonest representation of Iraqi-Israeli historian Avi Shleim and his book 3 Worlds, and to contend with the blatant racism Ethan displayed during that segment. I'm not going to get into iDubbbz's content cop or the whole swastika sword that is and isn't a swastika mess.
It's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia. Do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika.
I'll pass on Schrodinger's swastika and stick only to Ethan's ahistoricity. Right off the bat, Ethan falsely conflates the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, with the emigration of Jewish people from the MENA region to Israel. He made this claim in his content nuke.
After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
And decided to stand by it during his debate with Hassan.
You said, in the context puke, there was more. You said, this was the worst thing I did, so let me play it, okay? And
You're getting deeper in the lore.
There was more.
You're getting deeper in the lore than I know.
Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke, for the record. It was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
He presents these two distinct situations, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the displacement of Arab Jews, as if they're morally symmetrical when they're not. And to support that argument, he cites.
Okay, let's just check out Hasanami for a minute here.
It's enlightening to see like the average person's perspective on the matter when they come in with an open mind and are totally oblivious to what's going on in the world, right? And it was helpful for many of you as well, because there were probably some things that you were questioning, some things that you didn't know about either. And it took 4 hours of back and forth conversations with Nick Pollum and like walking through step by step the how this conflict is unfolded, the historical significance and all that stuff, right?
This fucking story.
Nick Pollum is the average online understander of politics.
Release captive. I felt safer in Hamas captivity than in Israel. Because this fucking lady, if you know her story, she was not sexually assaulted by Hamas. She felt ashamed and ugly because they didn't sexually assault her. So she went and got herself a nose job to help with her self-esteem issues, because she thought, oh, Hamas isn't raping me because I'm ugly. So she got a nose job and then got raped by an Israeli when she got back. Like, what a fucking tragic tale.
I am a defender of Palestinians, and that's it. You should. I'm not going to explain to you why.
Dan was just
I
actually
gave the
participating in this
donation.
whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show you
your
guys.
friends
Over half of their current and former employees followed
Oh, I just found this guy yesterday, actually.
Denims. I follow Denim. Who the F doesn't follow Denim? She's funny. She doesn't talk like a zombie Aubrey Plaza. But they follow them on Twitter. Why are you following them on Twitter? You're anti-American. You stink the whole place.
with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that.
Yo, why I'm do reconnected. Kalel no? Why do XIDF? Is YouTube okay?
I found him yesterday. Look
YouTube
at where. Okay,
gang.
where'd he go?
Do
Where
you
is it?
hear me?
Is this from yesterday?
You're in. Oh, I know where you are in brackets.
When did I join? Because I started commenting. He started
It's
reacting to
wild,
my
bro.
comments.
Oh.
I got to talk to him
Kaya.
a little bit.
Probably can't hear it. If it wasn't for the rat tail, but they stink the whole place. Super dude.
When do I come in?
To you, that's not the. I have lunch. I have dinner. Not reloadable. So what the fuck do you do with?
I'm sorry. I really want to
Fist.
see him reacting to my comments. It was pretty funny.
It starts turning gray blue. Let's not get into that.
Is there an easier way to sort through these?
Go to
They
Musang.
stink
That's
the whole
Musang,
place.
right? It's not a Musang, but we call it Musang.
Yeah, that's what both of them said. There's multiple videos.
Yeah,
of,
we call it Musang.
multiple videos of
They
Ethan
went through
being
slavery.
incredibly
They built
anti-Semitic.
America, and they did not get the WT Langston for the follow.
Said
Was it
it's
near
hard
the
to
end of it?
imagine that.
When do I come in?
Because sometimes if you go to the no,
That is Mr. B.
I wish there was an easier way to scroll
and
through
the
these.
sex, the prostitute,
Because I only said a couple things, but
Two
he went on a whole
YouTuber
rant about what I
looking
said.
man, about rice. It's got veggies. It's got the samba.
Good food with friends.
Fuck. There's
The
no way I'm gonna
occupied
find this.
West Bank.
Thanks. All this.
We always fight. I went to a
I did get on the screen though.
national mansion. La la.
That's true.
It's la 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 lava. Been consumed by.
I wonder if there is one for. Wait, watch this. Let's see if there's. And you are the legend. I'll keep this playing for a second. Oh, I don't want to make an account. God damn it. I'm just going to find it.
They're just not. I get it.
I just wish it, like,
we're
things
talking
popped up.
You had a gam.
As I scrolled.
Okay.
It's pretty funny though.
Make fertilizer. I subscribe.
Where are you? Where are you?
Bro.
I'll find it. I'll find it.
Your propaganda all day. I might become a millionaire, bro. I might get guided tours to Tel Aviv.
Is this from last night?
Speak like that. Like I don't know any Israelis, but why do ex-IDF speak like that? Kalel, no. What does the anti-Semitic day? Why do you follow denims on Twitter? Kalel, no.
Oh, this is the other one.
They...
Why'd I open this like 3 fucking times? If this is from last night, this is it. I can do the transcript from this though, right? YouTube transcript, but it should tell me, take me about where it is, right? In the video, are there timestamps next to the transcript? I guess I'll find out in a second. Find out in a second.
Oh, Steven knows what it is, but Steven has no idea.
Oh, it doesn't. Find in page. Okay, where is that though? That's pretty early.
Yeah, this is it. Let me see. Nah, stream.
Was it right away? It looks like it's pretty early on in the video. I wish there was timestamps. There's no timestamps. It doesn't even help.
I don't know what to expect, to be honest.
It's actually pretty early on.
Why was it unlisted?
Oh, but I can kind of see the chat though. Hey, there it is. There's me.
Like parts of the island is still under British control. And if you attack the British over that, they're gonna play victims.
Watch,
like you
I come up here
are
in
the
a second.
terrorist. Like holy F.
I found it.
Up the IRA.
That's me.
This might get me banned, but up the
That's
IRA.
me right there, look.
IRA. IRA, bruv. Rubber Diggy Rapids, bro. Bro. Proper halal chicken, bro. Up the IRA. Brother Crow. Rubber Dingy Rapids, bro. Us Indians can understand too. Yeah, but your government is wild, bro. Big up the IRA.
I got it. He goes on for a little while.
No.
That's awesome that I found it though. That's funny that I found him last night. What's he? Is it
might have different reasons as to why they want to deplatform me. Some of it might revolve around Israel. But overall, I think his own personal agenda here is that he feels wronged. He feels slighted.
Bunker
he feels
Cat
as
is
though, people simply don't understand where he's coming from on this issue. And why do they not understand where he's coming from this issue? Because Hassan has brainwashed people. Hassan has
But I only have one fucking person in here right now. I don't know where
people
my
hate
community
him
is.
personally.
My community doesn't like
Okay?
it when I do this.
And in that process, he also is slamming a healthy dose of pro-Israeli propaganda without even personally thinking about it, without even recognizing it. He's not checking his own personal biases here.
Okay.
And that is what is frustrating about this process, because there are a lot of people who are just going around misinformed, taking what Ethan is saying at face value, taking what I say at face value as well. But the main difference between someone like myself and someone like Ethan is that you can actually check the sources.
My whole community. That's true.
Like, I'm not
he played your song? Hell
arriving
yeah.
at
Maybe
these
he'd watch my Ethan
conclusions
Klein
on my
video.
own off the top
Did we watch that on
just
stream?
making shit up. I'm actually showing you where the sources are. I'm showing you how I arrive at the opinions that I arrive at. And unfortunately, because this is always going to be a nuanced position that is not necessarily broadly represented in Western media, you can very quickly cut this shit. You can very quickly cut certain aspects of it.
I will be right
One of
back,
the greatest
everyone.
examples of this was
like
the back and forth that I was having with Nick Pollum about Hezbollah. And that clip that is featured heavily all over the Context Nuke, and that clip that has been used time and time again, the I have no issue with Hezbollah clip, has been used over and over again. And if you actually look at the full conversation that I was having, and it's an offhanded remark that I had towards Nick Pollum in the morning, even in that situation, I actually offer additional context that immediately destroys the way that he is trying to frame it. Like that in and of itself is like this is a perfect demonstration of how these guys approach the subject matter. And I don't think they actually realize, like Ethan or maybe his fans don't realize that the way that they are engaging in this nefarious framing is unironically is not only damaging for all pro-Palestinian advocates in general, but it can actually lead to legal repercussions, especially when you have this Trump administration that's perfectly willing and perfectly able and perfectly interested in undermining the First Amendment, undermining the Constitution by using Israel as a way to open the door to further prosecution of non-citizens and then also even American citizens as well. They just keep going. Houthis are musical people. I have no issue with Hezbollah over and over again without actually thinking about like what I'm saying surrounding that, you know? Even people who saw other debunks of the nuke were not aware of the extent of Ethan's clipping. What is this? Hassan's context puke stream is so important. I thought I was well informed on H3 shenanigans, but my jaw is currently on the floor from the depth of depravity around E's lying and clip chimping. Hassan showing the full clip of him saying, even if rapes happen on October 7th, it doesn't change the dynamic for me. A sentiment I agree with on its own, and revealing that he was actually yelling at a chatter for denying that any sexual violence happened on October 7th literally shook me to my core. I can't believe how this has been framed. I'm glad Hassan has had this opportunity to clarify his stance to a larger audience than usual, and I hope it wakes a couple people up to how colonial propaganda works. P.S. I'm still in shock from the clip of Ethan saying if Palestinians outnumbered the Jews, it would be scary and necessitate violence. I need the context for this because what the actual fuck? So yeah, other people that obviously tackled the context nuke basically took a couple high notes and a couple points of just misinformation that was being spread. That in and of itself is good. I'm glad that people did that, and it's great and it's valuable and it's important. Some people tackled the subject matter from the perspective of slop tubers and how slop tubers approach. Hold on. Kaya's getting taken away right now. Hold on, I'll unlock the door. Oh, you're here. Okay, here. Okay. 1 second. Ethan's whole strategy is relying on common misconceptions so we can win by sheer number of laymen who don't know anything. Yeah, well, I have to go on a trip chat. All right. We'll get started on why two nuclear powers are on the brink of war, okay? India versus Pakistan. It's time. Hold on 1 second.
The Kashmir conflict has shaped South Asian geopolitics for more.
Okay, he is getting into the news. Probably important news, actually. India versus Pakistan. I'm very curious about what the hell's going on over there. I will learn about it later.
It's the work of Avi Schleim, specifically Schleim's book, 3 Worlds. Ethan carefully frames his question to Hassan by asking,
what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
But Don't be misled by that framing.
I don't
it's
know.
true
I've
that
watched
around
it so many times.
850,000 Jews left MENA countries for Israel.
Try to get
the
it on
way
other
Ethan
streams.
poses that question implies a false equivalence, as if this were a mere case of mutual displacement. In reality, the forces
more than anything, I want it to be shown on the fucking H3 podcast because I think that'd be so funny. But I don't think it will be. Like, I gotta take my boots off. Fucking, what am I wearing these boots for? Look at these things. They are not comfortable. Here's my thing. They're not comfortable, but they're sick. Woo. Just sitting here in fucking boots like a maniac.
behind the migration of Arab Jews were far more complex and included significant Zionist influence. In some cases, that included false flag bombing campaigns aimed at Jewish targets committed by the Zionist underground and blamed on local Arab communities to facilitate the immigration of Jews to Israel. The newly founded Israeli state was desperate to boost its Jewish population and secure a demographic majority, even though Arab Jews faced systemic racism from their European counterparts once they arrived. Meanwhile, these immigrants were often settled in Palestinian homes on expropriated land, while Palestinians themselves were ethnically cleansed, killed, or forced into exile. Not to mention, the migration of Jews to Palestine started well before 19...
Okay, it's drama, but it's such a good vehicle for education. Like, so many more people are learning about the actual history of Palestine and Israel. Just because Ethan's like doing a Hasbra and like shilling for Israel, it's amazing. And I was just reading a post somewhere. It was talking about how let me pull it up here. It was good. It's like I think I met the first low information anti-Zionist, because for a long time to be an anti-Zionist was a fairly educated position to hold. You had to have a fair bit of knowledge before you'd come to that conclusion, and it's knowledge that like you have to seek out yourself. It's not knowledge that's like readily being pumped to anyone. So you got to be on your bullshit to be anti-Zionist. But now people are starting to be like, no, I'm anti-Zionist, like solely because like, look, there's a genocide. Like there's not that much more information needed. You don't need a whole bulk of history to understand that this is a fascist ideology that you should kind of be against, which I think is cool, and I think is that's definitely a pendulum switch throughout history, because I don't think Palestine has ever seen this much support throughout history, but also at the same time it took them basically being obliterated, the whole Gaza Strip being obliterated. But yeah, there's never been this much support for the Palestinian plight.
48 and took place over the course of many, many years. That's not a mirror image. That's a power imbalance that can't be justified under any circumstances. And you know who agrees with my assessment? Avi Shlaim, the guy Ethan is mischaracterizing. Shlaim literally makes that point in his book, 3 Worlds. Klein even condescendingly asks Hassan if he's ever read the book, to which Hassan replies that he hasn't, but he's read Shlaim's other works.
3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
Then Ethan goes on.
He's such a fucking loser. He's so gross. Like, for him to sit there, complain about everyone talking about his Tourette's, or anyone saying that he's on drugs is an ableist fuck, and for him to like make fun of someone for stuttering is so fucking gross. What a fucking loser. I think because he did all that during the fucking whole debate, his Tourette's are fair game at this point. Fuck you, dude. You don't get to make fun of other people stuttering and then fucking request no one makes fun of your tics. Fuck you. You shouldn't make fun of the tics because like other people with tics aren't pieces of shit. But he's opening the gate. He's approving the it's okay to make fun of people's things that are out of their control.
And to heavily imply that he himself has either read the book or is very familiar with its contents.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK.
However, The events that follow prove that Ethan has no clue what Avi Shlaim's thesis is, nor has he actually read the book. Ethan seems to believe that Avi Shlaim, an anti-Zionist Arab Jew who supports a one-state solution, agrees with him that the exodus of Jews from Iraq and other MENA countries was morally comparable to the Nakba and simply caused by Arab racism and ideological anti-Semitism. But Shlaim actually argues the opposite. In 3 Worlds, he contends that ideological anti-Semitism was a European malady that later infected the Near East. He attributes the hostility toward Jews in Iraq and other MENA countries to the political fallout from European colonialism, the Zionist project, and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, not to some ingrained ideological Arab anti-Semitism. Iraq, after all, had a long-standing, well-integrated Jewish community. As I said, Ethan opens this segment by downplaying the Nakba and conflating it with the Jewish exodus from MENA countries. He cites Shlaim to justify this moral flattening, but if he'd just let my video play for a few seconds longer, he'd have seen this direct quote from 3 Worlds, the very book he claims to be familiar with. I want to quote Avi Shlaim once more in regard to this claim. Zionists are driven by the propaganda need to portray the Jews as the victims of endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multi-dimensional history is thus reduced to a quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the Forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus, the purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of 2 communities. This narrative is not history, it's the propaganda of the victors. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. So right off the bat, Shlaim argues against Ethan, and since this specific quote was inconvenient for Klein, he acted as though it didn't exist. I'm fairly certain he saw it because he played a clip of my video and then he quickly turned it off before the quote appeared on the screen. Also, it's literally only 17 pages into the book. Ethan, you only had to actually read 1 chapter. On the page prior, Avi says that the history of the Mizrahim has been deliberately distorted to serve Zionist propaganda, and Ethan is proving his point. Avi's central argument is that the Zionist movement played a major role in fueling hostility toward Jewish communities in the MENA region, and that the subsequent migration of Jews to Israel should not be equated with the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, as doing so is historically inaccurate. Ethan pulls 1 quote from Shlaim.
He said, "We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe."
And assumes that Shlaim is on his side, but as we will see, this is not true. One thing I want to make abundantly clear before we go any further is that there absolutely was hostility toward Jews in MENA countries, especially post-1948. This had little to do with ideological anti-Semitism in the genocidal way Europeans exhibited it, and nearly everything to do with geopolitical factors leading to intense nationalism. So although Jewish people may not have been forcefully expelled, and in some instances,
this is a pretty heavy topic.
countries had laws on the books to prevent Jews from leaving, the conditions they were subjected to post-48 were horrible in a lot of instances. To use Iraq as an example, Jews were not forced out at gunpoint, as Ethan kind of implies, and Jewish immigration was actually illegal at one point, but that doesn't change the fact that Jews were subjected to harsh and coercive conditions, fueled by Iraqi anger.
I had to turn my mic back on. I love being lazy. I love being lazy. Okay, this guy's awesome. I'm going to subscribe to Bunker Cat right there. But look at this. Look at this. This is funny. H3. Upcoming show. Dear Hassan, you lied again. His whole reaction was like, Ethan lied, Ethan lied, Ethan lied, Ethan lied. Here's why. Explaining. Oh, just terrible day. Aw. Oh, that's brutal. I hope you're okay. I hope you are okay.
Oak.
But yeah, like this video is called Ethan Klein Lied. We're watching everyone debunk every lie he told. And he's just being, Dear Hassan, you lied. So it's so funny. So funny. So ironic.
over the loss of Palestine, resentment towards Zionism and the creation of a settler colony in the Middle East, and the perceived connection between Jews and
That's
the
good. I
British,
hope
whose
everything's
colonial
okay.
legacy was widely despised in Iraq. It may seem like a small thing I'm harping on here, but it's imperative to understand the distinction between the genocidal ideological anti-Semitism of Europe and the hostility toward Jewish people that arose largely as a response to external political elements in the MENA region. The depth of dishonesty in which Zionists are willing to sink to further their narrative is astonishing. Another example of this is how Ethan lies about the nature of the Iraqi bombings. When Ethan is discussing the false flag bombing campaigns in Iraq, mostly carried out by the Zionist underground to convince Iraqi Jews to flee the country, Ethan falsely and smugly claims that 100,000 Jews were already registered to leave Iraq before the bombs went off.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
However, this is a blatant lie. Schleim explains how Zionist groups were formed for the expressed purpose to speed up Jewish emigration from Iraq because the turnout of Jews registering to leave Iraq was underwhelming. Following the passage of the denaturalization law, a small group consisting of Israeli envoys and local Zionists was formed to speed up the process of registration and emigration. The response of the Jewish community to the law was slow and hesitant. Only hundreds came forward in the initial phase. The Israeli authorities were seriously disappointed by this response. Consultations took place, and a decision was reached to take action to encourage Jews to give up their Iraqi citizenship. Israel needed the manpower both to build the country and to boost numbers in the army. At the same time, Israel's population was tiny, only 600,000 people, while surrounded by Arab countries with a combined population of tens of millions. There was an urgent need to increase numbers on the Jewish side of the demographic equation. He also says, Zionists exploited the bombing incidents, issuing warnings to the Jews to hurry up and leave the country before it was too late. It's also worth noting that just because someone registered to leave under the denaturalization law didn't mean they actually intended to. Quote, many of the Jews who registered under the law had not finally made up their mind to surrender their Iraqi citizenship. They simply wanted to give themselves a way out should the situation become intolerable. So no, 100,000 Jews were not registered to leave before the bombs. I'm assuming Ethan probably read this Wikipedia article and
I'm doing all right, you know, just reacting to this fucking liar. Well, not overzealots. Overzealots good. Everyone go sub to overzealots. Lots and lots of good videos. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Oh, no, wrong button. I'm doing just fine. Peachy, peachy, peachy. Peachy, peachy.
and came across this quote by Moshe Gott that says, just over 105,000 Jews had registered to leave by 8 March, and Ethan probably just stopped his research there. However, if you read the book in which Gott's quote comes from, Gott is referring to the year 1951. The bombing started on April 8th of 1950. Maybe Ethan just quote sniped from the wiki without proper research. That's the only way I can rationalize how he came to that conclusion.
Also, he probably didn't even. He was fed that shit. He didn't research any of that shit himself. He didn't research any of that shit himself. It's 100% just clips fed to him by rabid anti-Hassan channels, you know? Exclusively. He didn't do any research.
3 Worlds,
I don't think he can
Ethan
read.
was quoting from and lambasting Hassan for not reading, even refutes this claim by explaining that by the end of April 1950, the number of Jews who had registered to leave Iraq was 25,000. So Ethan was off by about 75,000. It's true that the bombings alone are not the sole reason as to why Jews wanted to flee Iraq. They were subjected to horrible conditions in many instances. It's 100% accurate. Avi Shlaim concedes that point, but the bombs did play a role. As Avi Shlaim put it, there was a direct correlation between the bombings and the rise in the number of applicants to emigrate from Iraq. Shlaim alleges that the majority of the bombings were committed by Zionist forces, and they, along with the rest of the bombings, were opportunistically utilized to serve...
Are you still here? Where'd you go? What was it? Lizzie. If Lizzie's still here, you should share my stream on one of those Reddit pages, if you would. Be so gracious.
Zionist propaganda. His entire point is that the state of Israel, which claimed to be a safe haven for Jews, was actively harming and harassing Jews across the region to serve the interests of their supremacist project.
You should post
so
my
when
stream
Ethan accuses Hassan of denying the flight of Arab Jews,
you deny the flight, you deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely
you don't
deny the trauma.
You are attributing.
Ethan doesn't understand that Hassan is not denying anything. He's simply pointing out how the flight of Arab Jews ought not be used to offset or diminish the severity of the Nakba, which happens to be Avi Shleim's assessment as well. Now, if you want to argue that Shleim is wrong or his historiography is flawed, that's another conversation. But we're talking about Shleim because Ethan was the one using his book as an authoritative account. Even though Hassan didn't include all of what I just said in this video during his debate, and frankly, Ethan probably wouldn't have been receptive to it at that moment, Hassan's argument that Iraqis are not Palestinians
Because Iraqis are not Palestinian!
and therefore Palestinians shouldn't be punished for actions taken in Iraq was the appropriate argument to make, in my opinion. Nothing that happened to Jewish people across the MENA region justifies what happened to Palestinians. It doesn't justify the fact that Palestinians were made refugees while Jews from the MENA region were able to settle in Palestine and expropriate Palestinian property. When Ethan reduces Iraqis, Moroccans, Egyptians, Palestinians, and others into a single monolith, calling them simply
fucking Arabs, anti-Semitic Arabs,
he tacitly justifies the crimes committed against Palestinians by lumping them in with other groups and making them pay for the wrongdoings of others. This is also a tactic used by the Zionist project to avoid responsibility for compensating Palestinians for the property they lost and are still owed. Ethan actually does this exact thing in the debate. He equates the loss of Jewish property across the region to the...
Okay, I want to get in. I want to be in this picture. I want to be in here. I want to be one of these people. I want to be here. Let me be here. Look at all these fucking creeps. I want to be here. I want to be in here amongst these fine, fine folk. I could take Stavi's place because that guy creeps me out.
The ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the expropriation of their property.
How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
Even though the ethnic cleansing of Palestine had already begun well before the Nakba. Quote, Israel came under strong international pressure to allow the 750,000 Palestinians who became refugees in 1948 either to return to their homes or to receive compensation. Israel flatly rejected the right of return. This left the alternative of compensation, but this too, Israel was extremely reluctant to concede. In this context, the idea arose of offsetting the property left behind by the Palestinian refugees against the property of Iraqi Jews. Again, Arab Jews got Palestinian land and property. Palestinians got ethnically cleansed. This is not the same. Also, it's worth mentioning that many of these MENA countries were under European colonial rule during this time. The fact that Ethan actually tries to make this double exodus Jewish Nakba point in both his content nuke and in his debate with Hassan.
He brought that up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
All while citing Avi Shleim, who openly detests this conflation, is a testament to either Ethan's stupidity or his dishonesty. It's important to understand that reducing this issue down to mere Arab anti-Semitism overlooks the actions of all the actors involved and flattens the complexity of the situation in a way that plays a role in justifying what happened to the Palestinians. To show you once more what Shleim said about conflating the Jewish plight with the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, the purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities. This narrative is not history, it is the propaganda of the victors. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab government the option of leaving or staying. Poor form of Ethan to skip past this while bastardizing Avi Shleim's book. I don't think Avi would approve of this conflation while also claiming that the Arabs were responsible for creating Zionists.
The Arabs created a million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic.
In reality, the Zionist project, underway since the 1800s, was one of the factors that contributed to the rise of pan-Arab nationalism. Not the other way around. Again, my point here is not that there was no hatred toward Jewish people in the MENA region. It is not that the Iraqi bombings were the sole reason for Jewish flight from Iraq. My point is simply to illustrate how Ethan is an unreliable source on these topics. He cites Avi Shleim, invokes his authority, and then bastardizes his work so thoroughly that he ends up arguing for the exact opposite of Shleim's thesis. The comparison between the Nakba and the Jewish flight to Israel is deeply flawed. The Zionist project had been underway for decades prior, and pan-Arab
shit.
nationalism was largely a reaction.
Holy shit. Top interactions for H3 Productions Destiny. What else is it? Canada? Loner Box. Oh, a lot of people from Leftover H3 and Teddy Fresh. You got Destiny stands and people who like real weird clothes.
To it,
That's
as well
funny.
as to broader European.
You're saying black people in South Africa are to blame for the apartheid here. Honestly.
In meddling. Jews who fled MENA countries were able to settle in Palestine and expropriate Palestinian homes and property. Palestinians, on the other hand, were violently displaced, denied return, and are still denied that right to this day. These are asymmetrical situations, and trying to force a false equivalence between them amounts to Nakba denialism. Anyway, this shit is agonizing to go through, but before I end the video, I want to quickly move to another topic that Ethan and Hassan briefly touched on, the comparison between Israel-Palestine and apartheid South Africa. I don't want to get into the whole would Nelson Mandela support violent resistance debate. It feels kind of awkward and distracts from the more important point, which is the conditions in apartheid South Africa were significantly different from what we see in Palestine today. As Noam Chomsky argued, the conditions Palestinians...
That's not even a debate, though.
From what we see in Palestine today. As Noam Chomsky argued...
We have someone from South Africa in the chat here. Like, it's not a debate.
The conditions Palestinians are subjected to are worse and more violent than those imposed on the indigenous people of South Africa. The black population in South Africa was relied upon for labor, whereas the Palestinian population is treated by the Israeli state as something to be done away with. And if you don't want to accept that argument from Chomsky because he didn't live under apartheid, then take it from Desmond Tutu, the South African bishop who said that what Israel does to Palestinians is, in many instances, worse than what occurred in South Africa. The Bantustans weren't routinely bombed, nor were they systematically targeted by snipers. There was absolutely violence and horrific, unforgivable atrocities committed against the black population of South Africa, but they were still needed alive for labor. They didn't experience the kind of regular, indiscriminate assaults that Palestinians face today, the so-called mowing of the lawn. This difference alone makes the Nelson Mandela comparison inapplicable.
The people in South Africa who died fighting against the apartheid regime gonna be disappointed to hear Ethan letting us know they were actually pacifists, honestly. But that's such a liberal thing. Like everything, every ounce of progress we've made that required blood and sacrifice and violence gets washed away. Like no. They kumbaya'd to get that. Even something as simple as like us having the weekend, like our labor rights. That was fought for violently. That's the only way we got it. And no. They held hands and kumbaya'd their way against the nasty business leaders that were chaining up doors and not letting people leave the factories and forcing them to work long, inhumane hours. Till union people, people formed unions and fought back violently to get the rights we also enjoy. Let's whitewash that. No. Hold hands, do kumbaya.
In my opinion, the conditions Palestinians are subjected to are far more violent, and as a result, the response is bound to be more violent as well. It's an unfortunate reality, but the blame ultimately lies with the occupying force. Those who may...
Radical centrism? Yeah, that's true. I don't know. At this point, he's just like a Democrat. He's a regular old Democrat, which is like basically a Republican, just like doesn't hate gay people. Everything else is the same.
Maintain apartheid structures and uphold an oppressive system are responsible for the violence that system produces. As Frantz Fanon wrote in the opening line of The Wretched of the Earth, decolonization is always a violent event. Anyway, I am done talking about Ethan Klein unless he responds to one of my videos. Funnily enough, the only one who responded to the last one was the fucking cartoon guy. So, I mean, good on him. I was in
the fucking cartoon guy. Does he have his video here? Who is that fucking cartoon guy? Oh, it doesn't show his fucking name. Who is that guy? I want to watch some of that dickhead. Are they live? Did they go live yet? I kind of want to react live. Oh, they're late. Surprise. H3 late? No way. Yeah, what's that guy's name? I've seen him before. He's fucking weird. Whoa. The ever so sexy baby, no money. How would I even find him? Maybe content nuke reaction? Denims. Hey, look, it's me. Hey, it's me. Hey, first time chatter. How you doing? That's the cutest little kitty cat on there waving at me. Do you know who this guy? Do you know? Does anyone know who? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh no! Did I exit it? Shit. I might have exited it. It's like that blue cartoon guy that's super pro Ethan. Oh, did it start? The chat's going crazy. Wait, is it members only? No, he only lets people that pay him chat. That's so funny. That's so funny to me. You have to pay me to chat, and if you criticize me a little bit, you're banned. Fucking just obscene. Obscene. That's like the most bitch made shit ever. Why is this under the entertainment thing? This is me. This is my video I made. See, I'm in there. That's me right there pretending to be Zach. Paywall chat is crazy. Yeah, no, I don't give a shit. People can say whatever they want to me. Also, there's only 6 people here. Maybe that would change if I had a lot of people like coming at me, but I don't, so I don't care. I want people to come in here and yell at me and argue with me. That's what I'm dying for. Is he reacting to
really
it?
That bad because
no, he's covering
it causes
actual
fear
news right now
for China in its own backyard.
Which is good because
long before any of the CPIM was throwing out
Pakistan and India are like on the verge of war, or is it? Because this is breaking news. I'm not going to speak on it because I don't know what's going on. Does anyone know anything about that? They're on the verge of war, I think. We got Anthony
Either
here.
silently, and you're okay. Hila is not a white person.
I'm exactly.
Ethan Klein is a
Dude, have you seen this video? I try not to.
Dude, fuck it. I'm saying it.
Zach, what the fuck? What? Dude, Hassan's unhinged fans are gonna think we're comparing him to a Nazi.
You literally have a picture of him next to Adolf Hitler, dude.
I didn't make the game, Zach. I don't actually know if Hassan's gonna be compared to a Nazi. We haven't played it yet.
Can I just say something? After we released this, Ethan got way more unhinged, and we think he watched this and it put a little worm in his brain because now he acts like this, like unironically. Really quick, this unhinged.
You can't just say that. This is the H3 show, not the AB show.
Oh, Sam, I miss Sam. I miss Sam. What's Sam up to? Okay, am I just blocked? Can I not see it? Goddamn, late ass. I appreciate that. It's not hard to make Zach look good though. I mean, what am I trying to say? Not hard to look better than Zach. That his little outburst at the last one, he's like, God forbid people stick up for Jews. God forbid. What are you talking about? What are any of them talking about? None of this has to do with Jews. Like, they want so badly to just be like, this to just be racism, like exclusively. It's just a bunch of racists coming after him. That's not at all what's happening. No, I'm not saying I find Zach attractive. Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, that guy's always creeped me out a little bit. I've never liked Zach. Out of On the Crew, I really liked Sam and Cam. They were my favorites. I liked Dan for a long time until, like, I don't know, he's castrated by his boss. And Ian, we were talking about how Ian was like the backbone of the comedy aspect of the podcast. This is Lizzie's conspiracy, and since he's gone, like, there's no way he can ever return to comedy, because like his head writer, his head comedian, the thing that brought the humor, the person that brought the humor is gone, so he can never return to the old goofs and gaffs, because the goof and gaffer is gone now. How is he going to get back to it? There's no way. There's no way for him to get back to it, because he doesn't have his funny boy. Because Ian was really creative and good. And he's just like a spiteful, hate-filled bigot at this point. Wait, this is open twice? I don't need this open twice. Do, 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 do. What else was I watching? Let's check this out.
The white man, I can make the same argument. So you coming for me for agreeing with a white man, and like that's the irony. Why is Mike from PA more supportive of Palestine and being more consistent? No, just watch out for the milk. Why is Mike from PA being more consistent about Palestine and about defending Palestine than you? Hey, that's the whole. That's where we're disappointed, AB. That's why we're kind of surprised. And as the one. You and Lena, as the two Lebanese representatives on a fucking Zionist podcast, we have a golden opportunity to have you guys there refuting all of these bullshit claims that Ethan and Ela make, yet you're not doing it. Now, I understand we're going to talk about the difficult position that you're in, all of that. That's just calling me out for agreeing with a white man, but that's all you've been doing. You've been doing the white man's bidding for the last year and a half on the Zionist Hasbara podcast, essentially. Maki, sorry. Anything in the chat, ladies? Oh.
People, wait.
That is so ironic for him to be like, "You're sticking up for a white man." I think, what was the whole quote? The AB in the bathtub video. Star Killa bathtub. Was that the one, or is it the one where he's in the car? Where does he post all these fucking videos? I'm done. I'm done. Where does he post these videos? Are they shorts? Where's the one where he's... Where are they? Are they included in these things? Do you guys know where the bathtub videos are?
Not going to respond.
Are the one where he's in a car? Yeah, there's the one where he's in a car.
Who's going against their people?
We agree.
And that's why I'm defending you against people falsely saying that you wanted to R-word my mom and sister, because I don't think that's right. Even if you were talking shit about me and Lena. See, as Arabs, we tend to have a problem with being divisive. It's the reason that Israel's able to even do what it does when it's surrounded by so many Arab countries. Well, that and the back of the United States.
Jesus Christ, he just blamed Arabs? Did he do what I think he did? Did he do what I think he did right there? Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't think that's right. Even if you were talking shit about me and Lena. See, as Arabs, we tend to have a problem with being divisive. It's the reason that Israel's able to even do what it does.
Oh, that's how it's able to do what it does. Not rapid propaganda from your boss. It's Arabs being decisive that lets fucking Israel get away with what it does. That's an insane statement. My goodness.
When it's surrounded by so many Arab countries, well, that in the backing of the United States. But yeah, we really do have a problem being divisive, and I do not want to contribute to that. Even if
that's crazy. That is crazy.
I disagree with people, and I'll get hate for saying this, but whatever.
Okay. Even if it was.
Yeah, you better get hate for saying that. That's an insane fucking statement. That's gross. Arabs being decisive is how Israel gets away with what it does. Are you fucking kidding me, AB? Are you fucking kidding me?
That guy said it, we agree.
And that's why
how lost in the sauce is this?
If you're not sorry, but he's right.
All right, that's fine. But then, please, your whole quarrel with me is that I'm not standing up for my people. Well, this is a literal, specific example of someone going against another Arab.
Oh, is he going to go live?
When he's in an argument with a white guy.
I want to hop on with him so bad.
So, Who's going against their people?
But I don't have an audience. I know it's hard for me to be like, hey, could I come on your podcast? Your giant podcast. I'm only small bean.
That's the thing. I don't want to have beef with him. I know he's going through it. I don't agree. I don't agree with some of the horrible shit.
Okay, he seems high here too. Like he's like slurring a little bit. Like I don't know what's going on. High or hungover or just like exhausted. Something's going on.
Some of the horrific shit he said.
Or is he just not used to his veneers? Like he got veneers or something and they don't fit quite in his mouth, so it's making him talk weird. Something like I don't know.
When they say the horrific shit I said, they're talking about me reacting to Israelis running from the Iranian bombing. Again, it was a legitimate response after.
Yeah, who was it? I think Lizzie was saying like these skateboards on the wall have shrapnel in them from the Beirut blast.
Israel attacked the Iranian consulate in Syria.
I fucking love. No, Bad Empanada is way bigger than I am. Bad Empanada is fucking so funny.
No civilians died. There was one civilian that died, unfortunately. We were just having some fun after 7 months of watching babies getting blown up on our phones in Palestine. Okay, so
you'll be okay, AB.
Seeing Israelis getting a small taste of their own medicine was a little bit cathartic, AB. So I don't think what I said was that.
Bad Empanada has like he's been around for a while and he has lots of ups and downs when it comes to creation content, and he got banned, he got permit from Twitch, so there's that. Are they live yet? They're still not live, huh? Oh, they are live. What the fuck?
There's very few hot mom hats left.
Oh god,
we're giving away free hot mom hats.
Okay, I'm not going until I'm not fucking advertising your gross ass. What do they call it? Putinanny clothes? There's someone has a really funny name for their the Teddy Fresh. My internet sucks for Counter-Strike 10. I doubt I'll be able to watch the stream for long. Oh, I'm sorry, Pootie Tang. Yeah, Pootie Tang clothes. Sorry, I'm sorry that your internet's all shitty in Russia. That's no good. The Pootie Tang clothes.
Crazy when you look at it in context.
I know I'll be okay. I'm not worried about me.
Yeah, you're not, because you're fucking loaded. You're getting your sellout money, baby. Your sellout money. Ethan's paid for your silence.
Clearly, I'm not worried about me, which is why I try to defend other Arabs and the perception of our people. I don't want to be the guy to start beef with
by calling them barbaric, because I'm pretty sure you just called him barbaric in another video right after you complained about Arabs being seen as barbaric. That's
another Lebanese dude who's living in Lebanon that's actively being bombed right now. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to say that he.
Oh, I wonder. That'd be funny. Like the thing that drives him to a little bit of socialism is trying to get them to be loyal to his nut job beliefs. That'd be hilarious.
I shouldn't feel a certain way because I know he's living there and he's going through it. But I guess that's the difference.
Difference between what?
Twitch will watch this clip and they'll say, no, the difference is you do this and you work for this. Okay, whatever. And show you.
I guess he's trying to
he already knows their arguments. Like he's so defeated. It's like he doesn't even believe what he's saying. Really?
But that's the difference between you and me. Like, I'm willing to go for him, even though he's Arab, but he's not going to attack me because I'm Arab. And AB, we've been very nice to you, my
You've never attacked him ever, actually.
We've been very generous. We've been very charitable. I constantly get criticized on Twitter, in the comments, in the live chat for being way too charitable and way too nice. Everyone's like, stop giving AB a second chance. Stop giving AB more chances. He's shown.
Are they live? Where are you?
With your
It totally is. I can't wait.
I don't know why my computer
And we are
does that.
back into the dog shit today. Of course, we didn't finish.
The dog shit. He's back into the dog shit. Has he ever left the dog shit? Is he hungry? Is that why he's bringing up the dog shit? Did he bring his kids' lunches to work with him?
Shit. That's what started this whole mess.
Dog shit.
Dog shit.
Dan called it.
I don't get it.
Dan called it.
The Giardia.
Oh, the Giardia. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you're right. Shit, we're back into the Giardia.
Wait.
Okay, that was funny, Dan. That was funny.
Before we move on, can you read the rest?
Oh, is that because the homelessness verse work for Ethan Obson is so fake? There's no way Lena goes hungry. Don't be us. Honestly, they had a moment there where they could have branched off and became pretty self-reliant content creators if they would have done the right thing. But here's my theory behind it. I think they were like anyone that's still left is so terrified of the repercussions of Ethan's audience, of the H3 audience coming after them for going against the family, that they're so scared of leaving. But at the same time, I think they broke their brains. Like, they might have had that thought, but because they stayed so long that they're right in the shit. They're right in the dog shit with Ethan at this point. Like, they're believing the shit he's spewing wholeheartedly. Ethan is on some kind of experimental Guardia weight loss regime. Tapeworms are so last century. Now you got to give yourself Guardia and shit the weight out. Maybe that's how he lost all the weight. But maybe Guardia's that little parasite made its way up to the fucking brain.
A little message here. I wanted to. I felt bad about this.
Code Moss,
wonderful member.
Oh, we want to give a shout out to Code Moss, who gifted 50 subbies.
Wow. 50, dude. And I saw it too late after we went off the air, so
just be live. Just go live.
I figured maybe that's a good way to end the week out
on the podcast.
Towers and James.
Damn it! I thought he was going to say end the podcast.
And James Charles, and also the Met Gala was this week, and it's kind of become tradition to have us take a look at the outfits, get his take on stuff. And there was an interesting
debate to go on and debate him so bad. Bad Empanada on the show. Get it, but get Bad Empanada on the show.
Suggestion from the subreddit to pull you into it a little bit more of reviewing.
Honestly, it would be. Zach's job would be fun. And like, I didn't mind a lot of the sound bites back when I was a fan. The sound bites were fun. But now, honestly, they seem to be like the sound bites are there a lot of the time just to save Ethan's bad jokes. Like, before, they were kind of, it was a collaborative effort and it was kind of funny, all of them working together for a show. Now it's just like, oh, Ethan's bombing, play a funny bit, play Hassan saying Adolf Hitler.
The watch.
Save him, he's drowning.
They're very interesting.
Okay, so a lot to discuss.
Keep talking.
Okay. Just keep. I hadn't heard about that. That's
he
actually
has a
so
Neuralink
cool.
brain chip.
No way. How do you know that? Because as we can see on screen right now, we have a little Pope watch cam. We have a live feed of the chimney in Italy.
Oh, wow, that's so boring.
And I don't see any smoke. I understand that smoke is piped out through that chimney.
Well, it's coming. It's forthcoming.
So you have insider information. Oh.
I've heard the opposite, actually. I think.
I can't even with them trying to joke around at this point. Oh wait, what did I see? I just
happening
saw a video.
when you're just kind of sitting.
No.
You might tap.
Is it this one?
We got into it with AB a little bit. I mean, not me. I would say
This is a month ago. I need the new show. I still need that fucking video of him in the goddamn bathtub. Where is that video? Does anyone know where that is? Is it in this one? $4,200 a month is so insane.
Wheels, it also could act.
And does he not get a window? You pay $4,300 a month. You don't get a real window. Is it like a basement apartment? Like, what do you get? Like, he could probably do the job on autopilot now. Doesn't need to be creative because he's just treading water until Ethan's next rant, honestly, at this point. But also, I think Zach is such a fucking turd of a human. He's probably just like sitting there like just soaking in everything Ethan says. Oh, maybe.
There's a dolly, and there's an attachment you can put on, and then this becomes an overhead rig.
Also for streaming, I'm sure it's hard, like to get the lights, to get your lights
I want
ready.
to do something Casey Neistat style. This is
I
the
hope they can
streaming
open
setup.
it, though.
This is our TV in here if we want to watch TV, if we're staying in here, but also it can also.
Okay, I seriously need this fucking bathtub video though. Oh, apparently, okay, I've seen a couple rumors that a boner box is going to be on this one.
I think this is going to be one of. No, you have it backwards, my friend.
Oh, the two fingers is the emissary to the creator.
Oh my god, they're just talking about stuff he doesn't know about. There we go.
My point, what I was actually saying.
Who is this person? How come he can find the video? Why does he look like not Will Neff? Who's the other one? The gay one? Austin Show.
If you only watched a little bit longer or a little bit prior.
This is the one I want to watch. I
that?
can't find the fucking video. It's the I'm done one, is it? Ah! This time, making Christmas.
Hey, guys.
I'm done. I thought when does he hop into the bathtub? I scrolled through this. Oh, there he is.
Position ammo. And then I linked my actual video to show what I actually said.
Austin.
This dude was saying, you know, really nasty shit.
The fucking paycheck, AB? Fucking pussy.
People are trying to frame it like he's saying he's going to R-word my mom and sister. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's being an asshole, but I don't need that extreme. I don't need that. I don't need you guys to be that extreme. Yes, he said something like, the translation is something like, fuck your sister, fuck your mom, whatever. By the way, Millhouse, if you're watching.
Okay, like, is he hammered? No, like, the only videos I've ever seen of anyone, like, doing a video in the bathtub, they're fucking drunk. Which is awesome if he's drunk. Drinking's cool.
Someone was in my chat and wanted us to talk and said, give him some grace. He's going through something with his mom. I said, I don't know what's going on with his mom, but I'll pray for her. I wish her well. And the next time I see a clip of you, you're saying, fuck my mom. But hey, good job. You're doing a good job, man. You're doing a good job. You know, I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric.
See? He just called him barbaric. Said he's being barbaric. Yeah, his eyes are like kind of going in different directions.
Every fucking person on the internet, every person in the world wants to prove that
he blamed Arabics for Arabics being indecisive for Israel being able to get away with what it's doing, and he called Anthony barbaric. This guy's fuck. 6 shots of tequila to get the liquid courage. Honestly,
that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. I will continue to defend you and try to steer away from that narrative.
Okay,
You're welcome.
if you slow it down a little bit.
Do I need to break that down for you, you fucking moron? Do I need to break it down for the idiots in your audience? I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt by thinking that there's no way possible y'all are that stupid. There is no way possible that you could have seen that and thought that I was saying that any Arab who is anti-genocidal is barbaric, because it is so
no, you're just calling someone who is Arabic barbaric. What?
Clear what I'm saying. I'm defending him. I'm defending him because I don't need people.
That was defending him? Saying Israelis must love you because you're an example of a barbaric Arab? That's defending him?
To weaponize other Arabs against me. Yes, he said nasty shit. He said, fuck you. I don't need people to say that he was implying that he wanted to R-word my mom and sister. I don't need that. But you took that and you want to spin this narrative that I was saying that all Arabs who are anti-genocidal are barbaric. What a piece of shit you are. What a fucking moron. Actually, I don't know. Choose one. Are you a piece of shit or are you a dumbass? Because those are the only 2 options possible. You want to attack me for defending an...
Just ignore him. For fuck's these people. I honestly think they log off and they don't actually care about any of this. They're like, we're getting paid, baby. The views, baby.
The greater will.
Lonerbox got
so the Pope is
a break
essentially
from helping
like,
Ethan to help AB make that. Maybe
if you played Elden Ring. We got to show the people we need
1870. Yeah, no, it's
the only black smoke I want to see is burned villages.
I hope he's talking about a video game.
The Pope needs to get back on the warpath.
I don't think
where he belongs.
Well, there's no villages.
Didn't Anthony take away his Abdullah name? He's only AB now. I can't do that. I'm white as hell. I am very white. But Anthony took away his Abdullah. He's just AB now.
Is in the Vatican.
And then Hassan.
Oh, here we go.
Finally, well, he watched. I think, how much did he watch? Like an hour? It took him 9 hours, and I don't want to ever hear anyone ever complain about my pause game again. This motherfucker.
One doesn't preclude the other.
10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
You got to understand, I'm not even close to the worst. This dude.
You caused all the pauses by your lies, though. Like, it's still your fault. The amount of lying you did in that video is the reason it took 9 hours. To have to like explain the shit you were just shoveling it down people's throats, all the lies. It took 9 hours. It's your fault. So, fuck you.
Maybe you're not the worst, but it was still pretty bad.
I'll take pretty bad, but
okay, well then that's where I sit.
So I have lots of comments to make about Hassan's reaction. He is a prolific liar. Hassan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you're explaining, like if you're giving historical analysis to a lot of this that needs to be done, it's going to take a long time, especially when Ethan's making such insane claims that it takes a lot to dissect. Like I listened to the whole thing. I listened to all of us on yesterday. It was crazy. He lost his voice. He was yelling so much.
Lies as easy as he breathes. It's really disturbing stuff.
Ethan.
And Loner Box, who's really good with all the history of this stuff, is going to call in a bit to.
Oh, he is bringing Boner Box on. Ew.
It's a lot of time and effort.
God damn
and
it!
It looks like it's paying off. I'm really happy to see that.
That is an impressive amount of views for 19K subs for sure.
It's actually really good, so I recommend it. Content Cup iDubbbz, and I think he did a really good job parodying it. Like I'll show you.
It's horrible. No, you have a ton
This is exactly
of power.
how his video
That's
started,
exactly
which is dumb
what
and
you
bad.
Get for being filthy rich.
Yep.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate whatsoever.
Is this kid
on
like
my end.
16?
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm any better than any of these.
You believe
like
this guy? Now he does the
16-year-olds on your
leafy
side.
meme where he's passing out
All the
flyers.
16-year-olds.
What we do here is go back.
This dude put in so much more effort than Ian. Holy fuck. Anyway, check it
What
out.
are you
It's really
talking
good.
about? That was literally
Good
the
watch
exact
there.
same amount of effort. Does he go crazier later?
We got him, folks. Jay Shetty is actually giving a keynote speech at Princeton graduation.
Jay Shetty?
Which is, can this guy please take a fucking vacation?
I respect him so much for his work.
Oh wait,
ethic.
no, Jay Shetty's the other fucking brown dude that they just shit on for no reason, isn't it?
He needs to sit down. Just do your podcast, bro. Why you got to get all up in Princeton and all these Ivy Leagues?
Well, he was invited.
Yeah, by who?
I guess the administration.
And who? And they're probably on payroll. Probably part of his whole PR thing.
You think they?
Like what is he talking about? Okay, I swear Lonerbox coached Easton to be more debate bro, and he thinks the debate went well, so now he's rewarding Bonerbox with the platform. Yeah, honestly, I think he was like between ChatGPT and Destiny and Lonerbox in chats on his laptop. I don't know how much is actually coming out of his brain because it's like
you think that you're
because he forgets what he's talking about within like a 3-4 minute span. I don't think they're his own thoughts because like you can lose your train of thought if you're just reading
surprises
shit.
from an Ivy League with
like
Stoop
off
to watching
a
this.
teleprompter.
Look at these
basically.
signatures, dude.
And yeah, they just hate Shetty. Why? Because he's a brown guy.
2025.
But yeah, they talk about that Guardian article that we.
Shetty's claim about his education and background do not hold up to scrutiny. He stated in 2020, self-help volume,
Why are you
Think Like
going
a Monk,
after
that he
this
lived
guy?
in India as a Hindu monk for 3 years, a narrative central to his authority as a spiritual guru. But considerable evidence points to him having spent much of that time in England traveling, blogging.
This is just envy. Like this is just pure jealousy. He's so sad because he gets no opportunities because everyone fucking hates his guts because he's such a weird fucking shill for the state of Israel at this point that just constantly lies and regurgitates the IDF propaganda that he has on all day at his house, self-admittedly, constantly. The Israeli propaganda machine is turning, and I don't know, it's probably in Hebrew, but I'm sure he was translating it for him, or he has the subtitles on, and that shit's it's getting into his brain. So that's why he's like regurgitating talking points such as oh yeah, all the army bases were under the hospitals. That's not even argued anymore. It's like it's not argued anymore because it's been completely proven false.
Talking and giving lectures
moments ago.
What do you mean?
I was not talking about Google Maps.
Imagine how useless that would be. It just becomes dark.
Oh, now it is dark. What was going on earlier? They must have cranked the gain on there.
Yeah, I think it was the gain. Yeah.
You're about to gain another head. Yours is about to roll.
Yeah, stay inside when that smoke comes. Don't want to be
on camera. Cut off Shetty's head?
The contents puke.
They're threatening violence against other creators. You see that?
Said Papa Bless, thank you. And I could tell by watching that you are a true. You did some real deep cut references. Actually, you said something I haven't heard in a long time. Goofs, gaffs, riots. I don't even remember all the things I used to say.
Splaffs, I remember, was one of them.
He did. He went down the list, and I was like, wow, I forgot I even used to say that shit. So
it's horrible.
It's not horrible. Shut up, Ian. It's good.
It's horrible.
Shut up.
Ethan was dumping as per usual.
Goof, gaff, laugh, romp, riot.
Honestly, and then anytime.
Also, I want to.
And then he like just recently. Bad Empanada was like you're gonna get what's coming to you, and then he's like, this is violence, they're threatening violence. It's like he just meant like he's gonna make some videos against AB specifically. It wasn't violence, but he's talking about cutting people's fucking heads off.
Pope, the gorillas. Content cop items. There's a funny aspect here I want to give a shout out. He's actually raised a bunch of money for charity. I want to give him a shout out.
How much?
Means something.
He's up to let's see here.
Raised so much money.
He's up to $1,500 now. I'll tell you.
This guy did.
He's right when he says
Cameron F.
He's raised infinitely more than Creator Clash 2.
Cameron is very nice.
Which was $0. They raised $0 for charity.
Is it mathematically correct to call that infinitely more?
Well, what's more? Like, how do you have more than 0? It's literally nothing.
Smarter than you.
Technically, that would be
Silence
correct.
means something.
Infinitely more.
That we were
from some of our fans at Princeton.
Are you not going to watch this video?
And
How do you? Well, let me ask you this: how do you turn 0?
I'm gonna have to watch this myself. This fucking kid making it like.
Infinite.
How old is he?
And it doesn't even
maybe 20 tops.
So is it infinite then?
Probably
you got
not,
all the
actually.
kids.
Probably
You got all the kids on your side. I'll give you that. All the youngins that haven't had time to form any opinions.
God. All right. Where do we begin with this? I'm gonna go back and comment on.
Okay, what is this? Oh, new chat. Stace Cadet. I like that name. That's good. He can't remember what he said 10 minutes ago. Why is he shocked about not remembering something from 10 years ago? Honestly.
Some of the funny. Yeah. He didn't finish it, by the way. Is he finishing it?
Yeah, he raised like
live?
almost $200,000.
Let me check.
He better fucking finish it. If he was gonna make this.
I think he said he would.
His petty ass donated $1,001 because it was one more dollar than iDubbbz. Watch him be like, look at me, I'm better. Whoa, cool. That does that.
Important.
To be honest,
did he say it's unimportant?
Probably a better topic, a more pressing issue.
Did you say India and Pakistan's unimportant?
If he's gonna make a whole big thing about, I'm gonna watch the whole thing, you better watch the whole thing.
No. He's currently talking about India and Pakistan.
Unimportant.
To be honest,
he means that.
Probably.
India and Pakistan, those are two brown countries. Why would anyone care about that?
What do you need to know? There's shot bombs.
Nothing
bombs
about
went
that.
out.
Yeah, it's just two nuclear states that are spiraling into warfare.
What can I do about it?
He says on his Instagram story that he will be reacting to it after. Yeah.
Right.
10 toes down.
I'll say, first of all, to give him credit, I'm going to give him credit. He sat there and he watched it. He did do it. Yes. But, however... he's
such
prolific liar and a disgusting human being, and
he's a liar. He debunked all my lies. What a liar!
Accusation is a confession.
It took him 9 fucking hours to get through your goddamn all of your lies, and for you to sit here and call him a liar is crazy. Did you watch him the whole time? Do you have any rebuttals to anything he said? I'm so excited to see what he thinks Hassan is lying about, because he was bringing out so many receipts the whole fucking time.
Reacting to Ian's content cop, which I finished in. My total reaction was probably what, like 5 hours or something in total, maybe less, 4.
I'm not sure. I could check though.
And his was an hour and a half. I think that sounds pretty reasonable. That's like taking 2
Wants points for saying to his credit, as if he's such an altruistic olive branch, and then starts spitting out such vile vitriol towards him. Absolutely.
Commentary, right?
Like the things he says about people are so vicious.
My reacting to content cop.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to
denims in chat.
Basically,
so vicious. He was just talking about cutting Jay Shetty's head off. A creator that, like, I don't even think knows Ethan exists. He's talking about cutting his head off, like violent speech towards another creator. Honestly, just because he's brown, I think. Like, he's jealous because he has pretty eyes and he's a brown guy. So Ethan has to, like, talk shit.
I dreamed something like that up. But the fact that Hassan said that, and now he took 9 hours to watch 1 hour.
Yeah, the
Zionists pausing. It was
just burn the olive branch down.
Torturous. It was unwatched. It was just a nightmare.
I never got the hate that Jay Shetty was getting.
Okay, but we're gonna do this in layers. You're talking about 4 hours for 1.5 hours versus 9 hours for 1 hour.
Right. I mean, I don't think it's that. I think it's a valid thing to pause and comment as much as you want either way. But if we're just talking about, like, I get that you're pointing out a hypocrisy here, but
I'm sorry, I gotta stand on this.
Wait,
the way he did that was
what did he say?
But
the basic here
contribute to have proper commentary, right? Well, here's what Hassan had to say about my reacting to content cop.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to
denims in chat.
Basically, watch this in 3.5-second increments in an effort to say that he watched the whole thing.
What it is,
but basically to show to his audience, like, oh, I watched the whole thing. It was all a bunch of nonsense.
Mindless, right?
Call us
and misinterpreting every statement along the way because it's 3 seconds long.
Now, I never even dreamed of something like that. Dreamed something like that up.
What happened?
But the fact that Hassan said that, and now. He
Hold
took
on.
9
I gotta
hours
set this up. My boys here.
It was.
He's also pretty deep on the.
It was unwatched. It was just.
Hold on. There's
you
a
are both
nightmare.
You are both prolific pausers.
Okay, but we're gonna do this in layers. You're talking about 4 hours for 1.5 hours versus 9 hours for 1 hour.
It's almost like you told a lot more lies. You told a lot more lies, and your lies needed a lot more analysis to disprove than you just going like, "Oh, iDubbbz's tattoos suck." Like that was the totality of your rebuttals. iDubbbz fell off. Like, I don't know if you watched it.
Oh, me?
But, last night, Hassan was reacting to the
context nuke?
The context puke.
I watched a tiny bit of it because they uploaded it to the...
That's right, yeah. That's what happened.
So,
okay.
I'm watching it that way.
Yeah, fair enough. It's 9 fucking hours. And he loses his voice at the end of it, so he goes a little nuts. It's awesome.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what happened. Jay Shetty kept like winning. Or like they were at the Streamies Award show. Jay Shetty won, and they all walked out like little fucking spoiled brats, or something like that. And they thought they were so cool and funny. Oh. I remember that happening. That was a while ago. Jay Shetty is that fucking. He's just like he makes like feel good. Someone described it as feel good boomer videos, and he's got really pretty eyes, and he's a brown dude. I don't know. Is he Indian? Jay Shetty? I don't remember. Anyway, but Ethan just hates him so much. Just constantly has hated him this whole time. So we're just going to react to them live and make fun of what they're saying.
Okay, sweet. I am excited. There's a couple things I want to do with our making of the content nuke.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I know you kind of like AB.
I don't like AB.
Okay, sweet. So we need to find a GIMP mask and someone to play AB.
Oh, hell yeah, GIMP mask.
It's only for a short period. And we're going to have to really practice it, whoever's going to be the GIMP or
Yeah.
AB. Because it works perfect, because then, like, we just got to have to dress a person like AB.
Yeah.
And basically, we'd have to practice it so the person doesn't get hurt and they have, like, all the control of the thing.
Okay.
Like, stage choreographing, right?
Yeah.
It's just like a little scene where it's like he goes to the weird Eyes Wide Shut party with AB.
Oh god.
He's like, heal, Abdul, heal.
That's crazy. That's so funny.
Like I think like dressed like AB on the like outside, but with the GIMP mask.
Oh my god.
And like, see AB, I told you his Eyes Wide Shut party.
God. Okay, yeah. Okay, what we're talking about, in case you guys don't know, we made this video.
I'm the one who did
made
Big
this.
Nation. I'm the one.
See, that's me.
Adolf Hitler.
And that's him. And Hassan opened this once, and it showed his face on Hassan's broadcast, and I will forever hate Jordan for that.
I feel bad.
I'm just joking.
I know. But I do think it's funny that my dumbass.
Yeah, I know you're on. You got him. You made it on the broadcast. It's crazy to me. Anyway, I'm gonna play this. I gotta go take a piss.
Okay, I will. Where's the chat?
I think it's a
Chat's here.
Okay,
it's a valid
I'll
thing
try
to
pay
pause
attention to
and
it if I
comment as much as you want.
Yeah, you
either
can comment,
way.
pause. You
But
can even
if we're
move
just
in.
talking about, like, I get that you're pointing out a hypocrisy here, but
I'm sorry. I gotta stand on this. The way he did that was
so the stat is that it took you 6.5 hours to react to the content cop.
That's an hour and a half.
No, it was only an hour.
No, his was.
No, his
No,
was
it was an hour.
His was an hour. Yeah, hour 6 minutes.
So you're right that your ratio is better, but in my opinion, they're both pretty absurd ratios.
Oh please. You got to see the way he was stopping to talk about shit. Ian showed up, by the way, iDubbbz, and you guys got to understand how little Hassan cares about this man, and I love it. iDubbbz flew to LA to participate in this charity stream, right? Hassan mentions at the beginning of the day that Ian is there, and he's going to bring him out a little bit later.
Hold on. Didn't he just like do the content nuke thing and then have back? But yeah, he did the whole like he donated to the Creator Clash thing. So it's a goofball. I don't know. I'm not good at the streaming stuff.
He doesn't bring him out till 9 p.m. 1 hour before the end of the stream.
Yeah, try to get up on them.
Humiliates
as
him
close as you can.
the entire time. Watch here. Let me show you some clips.
Anyone not aware, I've seen a lot of people smearing the people in the photo, and Hassan as well. I'm the one who.
No, I was just talking like because Hassan did say at the beginning of his stream he's got some friends that are gonna come out and react to it with him and stuff. And then he didn't bring anyone. He's like, I'm doing this my fucking self. And then he's like, I can't believe I didn't do this sooner because this is the most dog shit video I've ever seen. And then he had to like spend so much time debunking everything Ethan said. It's like insane, the lies, and like what he's trying to do is like just disgusting with the content nuke. Like even worse than I thought watching it. It's pretty bad.
Thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We were grabbing a lot of props in Hassan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me fix this.
Again, it's just the way he characterizes things is so dishonest. You have a lot of props. You have one with a swastika. That's the one you chose, right? That's my fucking point. But he's such a prolific,
what we could do as
and
well,
skilled, seasoned liar.
I need to buy, I think, buy bleach, and when we're in Drumheller, just have me like reading bleach and like close-ups of the sword and just frothing at the mouth when I'm playing Ethan.
Hell yeah.
Everything he says is spinned. He's like, oh yeah, everything in my room's a swastika. It's like, no, that's literally the opposite of what I'm saying. There was one swastika.
You said it wasn't a swastika.
You guys picked that one. That's the coincidence.
I said it wasn't a swastika.
Yeah.
Then I said it
there's
was
there's
a
a lot
swastika.
of there's a lot of. Is the mic buzzing?
Immediately right after.
I know, right after.
Yeah.
This is
I'm gonna kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous.
Honestly.
Hey, don't even think about that. Okay.
Yeah. So there it is. Ian comes out immediately, and is like, you know what? It was me. I picked it, and Hassan, basically, I mean, the way he.
Friend picked it up. If I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is kind of reprimanded
How can you
him.
say that out loud and not think you're
You know.
out of your mind?
Hey,
I don't know what's going on. There's something weird.
hey,
going
content
on
cop
with,
boy.
like-
We don't make apologies around here. That's
Yeah.
actually, that really is.
The cognitive
Careful,
dissonance
Ian.
is
You
like
don't want to go down this slope of
outstanding.
this Hassan slope
Yeah.
of never
But it's, like, weird 'cause you
apologizing or
see, like,
conceding a single thing.
glimmers of like regular Ethan.
Right. It's not going to
There
serve
was
you well.
there was one point in the debate where it looked like Ethan was kind of understanding. I'll pull it up.
Okay, Ethan.
So that was how it started. It continues. There was this funny little image. Hassan pulled up Ian's channel to put on the content cop. This dude is not even subscribed to his channel.
Oh my god, who cares?
I'm sorry, but
It's
that's
like the most petty thing ever.
That's
The things
pretty
he
funny.
talks about. He's not even
I mean, we
subscribed.
use a like dummy
What
account
an
for our
awful friend.
work thing. Like you don't use your personal YouTube account on your
Stream,
laptop
though.
right now.
But I'm definitely subscribed to iDubbbz, of course, obviously.
Even after the content cop, I'm
Do you want me to check?
subscribe to iDubbbz, that little bitch, that little bitch, that little bitch.
I'm gonna unsubscribe right now and dislike all his videos.
Yeah.
That's Detroit's area code.
Oh,
yeah,
my God, he's done it again, people.
My work here is finished.
He made a Detroit reference, and it was a slick one.
Detroit.
I don't believe you.
Good job.
By the way, when you type content cop, this other dude's video comes up first. Iconic. I am subscribed.
Dear Hassan, you lost the debate.
You didn't just hit it just now?
This is the podcast chat. You know, I was subscribed. My main one is the H3C Productions one. Twitch account.
You don't have to.
No.
I was
Actually,
being,
I'm not logged in.
I was being silly.
I'm not logged in on my phone.
Honestly, dude, I will say
I'm not
Ethan
gonna
is
be able
really
to find
funny
it. But there was
sometimes.
like one
appreciate
part,
that,
and it was
Frogan.
specifically when he was talking about the Yemen. He like where he's like, "Oh, you're calling this Yemeni kid? Oh, it's such a beautiful way the way it like happened." He's like, "Oh, well, okay, this Yemeni kid who's like 19." No choices, blah blah blah, and you're calling a terrorist. He's like, yeah, he's a fucking terrorist. He's just, okay, your wife who's 19 really had no other choice. No, she's not a terrorist. All right, fine, she's a terrorist. But while Hassan was kind of going through that, like Ethan's face actually looked like something was getting through to him.
So then
From
there's that slap in the
very
face.
short moment.
At one point, Ian actually laughs at one of the jokes in the video.
This is why it's Orient.
Which is, you know, I appreciate the honesty and not trying to be like a sour, weird little baby, pretending like it's not funny when it is. I'm sorry. And I mean, Ian's like, oh my God, that's a joke. After the shit he put out. And then Hassan gets mad at him for laughing.
Oh yeah.
This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. And
Don't laugh at his fucking stupid ass.
No, it's a Seinfeld
Yeah, he's so
thing,
angry.
You know? It's
Look at
Ty
how
Lopez
angry he
in the
is.
modern era. That's it.
I don't even understand half these fucking references. I feel like
What a loser. Yeah, I hit him with that knowledge. And it was perfectly timed, man. That Ty Lopez, and Ian's exactly right. We haven't seen a Ty Lopez hit like that in a decade.
Yeah, because it's dumb.
this is why it's
No one
Orientalist.
gives a shit
To
about
literally
it
look at these
anymore.
dudes and go, oh
It's
no,
an
they're fucking barbaric
outdated,
baboons.
stupid
Don't laugh at his
reference.
fucking-
You fucking idiot. He's like, we haven't seen that done in forever. I'm awesome.
I'm the one who interviewed Ty Lopez, okay? Well, you're pissing in your pants.
I like that.
Yeah, this light is being.
We'll take a look, see at it. Or I might just need to.
I looked at it. It's still, you can still select it, but it's not as You have to like hold the button down and kind of twist it.
Stupid ass. No, it's just
What a dumb bitch. Come on, dude. Please. Also, I noticed that Hassan showed up in a suit, pathetic, imitating with a bolo tie. And I'm like,
Imitating your dumbass fucking car salesman suits? Are you serious? Like as if Hassan doesn't wear suits every time something important's happening on his stream? You copied him, you fucking lug nut. Hassan's been doing that for years.
bro, please.
Pathetic.
Nobody suits up like me.
Nobody suits up like you? Dude, he doesn't even wear a suit. He wears a fucking t-shirt with a goddamn blazer.
Yeah.
That's not a suit.
I should be wearing a suit today, but we'll get
Also,
there.
did you see Hassan,
I mean, you
Hassan's
can't-
suit? It was fucking
Here you
fire.
are sitting suitless, criticizing a man's suit. I don't know.
Bolo tie? What are we doing here? Is this fucking, what is this? It's a Western film?
Bolo ties are so hot right now. You're so behind the trends. Oh my god.
It actually was a cool bolo tie.
It was a cool
Why are we
bolo
wearing
tie.
bolo ties? Is
That's
this
just so
Texas?
petty.
No.
He just like hates everything. He's like one of those people that are like, what's that fucking in Hot Rod? You know the movie Hot Rod with Andy Samberg?
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen Hot Rod?
No,
Oh my
I
god.
haven't,
Okay, we gotta watch
especially
it.
after Righteous Gemstones.
Oh god, so good. But anyway, there's a scene where like he has the crush on the girl, and then the girl's boyfriend has a Corvette. So later he's like, you know, cars are overrated. Corvettes. That's literally Ethan. Like no matter what, he'd be like Hassan brushes his teeth. What does he have? Stinky breath? He probably has stinky breath. That's why he needs to brush his teeth. I don't brush my teeth. My breath is awesome on its own without even brushing my teeth. What an idiot.
Idiot. Oh, he'll do that good. That'd be good.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh, we gotta film. We gotta shoot the part 2.
I know. I'm excited for that. This one's going.
Hassan in a suit.
I don't know how. I want to get like a little because I told you I watched Dune 2, right?
Yeah.
I broke down. I swallowed my pride. Watched Dune 2. It was all right.
I could barely get through it.
But I like the part with the
long.
sandworm.
Yeah.
Where it's like in the sand and it just circles around. I want to
remember that part.
It's like a baby sandworm. Baby sandworm in the sand. It circles around, and you see it. I want to somehow recreate that.
Okay, I need to rewatch that movie because it did not hold my attention enough.
That's fair.
It's so long. Well, it should be a series. Don't put out like a fucking 10-hour long movie. Just make it a series at that point. Jesus Christ.
I think they do have a show.
They do. They made it, but I don't know. It's also it's not up my alley. I'm not that kind of a nerd.
That's fair. I didn't like the first one. The second one's okay.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, you hated the first one.
Yeah.
But what is it, UK? In the you want Ethan to be like on the spice?
Yeah, the Ozempic is like the spice.
Ozempic's gonna be like the spice from Dune. That's amazing.
And I think I like the skull merchant instead of the lore having a skull merchant because then it's like a completely new character that we kind of have control over, right?
Yeah. This creepy skull merchant, because it was gonna be a Rolex dealer, but the skull merchant.
That works better.
That works better.
Because and then we can still do it at the graveyard.
Yeah, God, that's gonna be so funny. What a funny fucking scene.
Well, we gotta get you a monocle.
Monocle?
A monocle?
A skull dealer with a monocle? Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's how I imagine a skull dealer, and yeah.
Yeah, the monocle and like those breast things. Skull merchant is cool. Yeah, what's this? Let's pull it up. Let's like talk about it a little bit. Doxth.
Oh no, that's you're in mine.
Oh, oops. You're writing haikus?
Yeah.
Good. Just kidding. That's cool. I'm proud of you for writing haikus.
I wrote 2 so far. Whenever I need to take a moment to reflect. Like from Ghost of Tsushima.
Was it H3 Downfall?
This
is the first one. You need more motivations for Ethan to buy the skulls. Yeah, I think.
Well, we're just doing like a skull rental. I think like he rented them for a day because I think that's actually what happened.
Yeah, he just forgot. Where the hell is it?
Should be up there.
The off chance Ethan really goes to
Oh, really? Response to us.
A response to us. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because there's a scene in a. He goes to visit Shredder.
Yeah. Or no, he brings it. Or well.
Okay, yeah.
we'll
Well, I
figure out
gotta
how to-
find it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It should be at the beginning where.
And here, interior. Ethan is at a memorial place, standing in front of an altar for Shredder. He's alone at first until his lawyer, we're gonna switch that to the skull dealer,
Yeah.
comes up to him, and Ethan says, "I don't know if you want to read it. I think I can pull this up without. I don't think it's doxing anything here."
And who cares? I don't know. Who cares at this point? Dox me. So yeah, I did 2 tests. I was gonna rewrite this, but then
okay. So,
I've been a lazy, depressed wiener. So.
but yeah, if you want to read Ethan's lines here, I can do it.
Oh, Shredder, once my beloved creature. How my days are emptier without you by my side. Why didn't the vets tell me dogs can't eat shredded cheese? Well, you can have as much as you want in the afterlife. Pulls out cheese.
Sprinkles it over his fucking. Wait, which song? Is there a Shredder song? The lawyer comes up behind Ethan. Okay, but he brings his urn to just a random cemetery to do this.
Yeah.
For the vibes. You want me? I can just read it if you.
I can read this. So Ethan remains standing at the urn. Please tell me please tell me you have some good news about shutting down the subreddit.
Lawyer. Well, as long as these. What is this?
The moderator.
Moderator. As long as these moderators don't have the financial means to fight us in courts, then yes, we coerce them to prosecution to encourage them to shut down the Reddit forums. However, if one of them has the financial means to afford a semi-competent attorney, they can use our case against Ryan Kavanaugh and Matt Hoff to shut down our plea.
You're still using the Hannibal detective? I don't know.
Hannibal directive.
Oh.
We're using the Hannibal directive.
Not the Hannibal detective?
Which is like Israel just kills everyone because it's better if civilians die than become hostages because they don't want any leverage against their apartheid state.
Well, I guess this is what it's like when you're the man on top of the hill. Everyone wants a bite of you.
The lawyer, what?
What? Oh. I want to proceed with the lawsuit. We could deal with whatever fallout if it comes.
All right, me and my team will proceed forward with the suit. You know, you could have these meetings in my office. It's just down the street from this cemetery.
I am paying you extra to meet me here. What's the big deal if we meet at the cemetery?
Nothing in principle. I just don't get why you would pay extra to have me come to you when you are already close to our firm. You parked in the client parking stall.
What? I'm using your services. Why can't I use the parking stall?
It's not you using the client parking stall that's the issue. I just don't get why you don't just book a meeting before or after visiting your dog. Also, your dog isn't even buried here. This is a human cemetery. You just brought the urn with you.
Because it helps me mourn, okay? Like,
I like the ambience.
I like the ambience. You worry about the law stuff and doxing these freaks on the internet. Let me worry about how I mourn my dog.
Starts to have him freak out. All right, look, I can see you're under a lot of stress right now. Don't worry, I'll deal with the legal stuff and keep you updated. But now you should focus on the family, on your family vacation. And that's that scene.
Yeah. I think it works better. I think
I don't think we can change that to a skull dealer. I think we should just have the skull dealer show up and also be there because I thought he has 2 people on retainer bringing them skulls.
It kind of changed the thing because I didn't know how to do the whole vacation thing either. But how it works in my brain is the skull merchant comes and then it has like the internal voice. Like they have like a BS conversation. Like he'll be like, oh, like I don't know too many people who only rent skulls for a day. yada 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 thing, kind of similar to this, but then Ethan has his like, I just need to get back at these assholes or whatever, right? Once it worked, write it out. But so basically what happens is the skull merchant and then has that like how they do in Dune where they have like the person's thoughts.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they're like he's kind of staring at Ethan and he's having like an internal of him being the one, whatever, the Mujahideen or whatever it's called in Dune. No, I mean, that's the Afghan. That's the brave Mujahideen warriors.
Yeah, the soldiers.
I forget what it's called in Dune, but that works better too. I don't know. We'll figure that out. And then he invites him to an Eyes Wide Shut pop.
Oh, okay, I see.
And then, because he's the chosen one, they give him like an Ozempic party, Ozempic Eyes Wide Shut party, and then that's when they like overload him with Ozempic from the Ozempic worm. And then there's a lot of then he's hallucinating and passes out, and then he wakes up next to Ela. Also, I was thinking as like a side.
I don't see why we can't do both of these. This can both happen. It doesn't have to replace the lawyer. Because I love the lawyer being in it, because he's like, just getting his lawyer to do a bunch of crazy shit is hilarious. Because that's what he did. He made his lawyer write a bogus fucking letter to Noah Samson, said he's going to sue him if he doesn't respond on this date. He didn't respond on that date, and the lawsuit's just like gone. Like he didn't sue him.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. He's just hoping everyone forgets about it.
Okay. Well, I would just say it worked better because it was just
you can do both.
Okay. We can figure this one out.
But I like the lawyer being a straight guy character, and if this to kind of like be like a somewhat normal person to Ethan's insanity, but the skull guy is also a nut job.
Yeah.
So
You've seen why the Chris Enme?
Okay.
How do you pronounce his name?
I don't know. Okay, but I want to read a couple of these comments. You know how some cultures use rhino horn? Is a spice made from pet bones? No, I think it comes from the worm or something.
I kind of want to do
I don't know.
like a worm from like a little, but instead of just like I don't know, either be like a little race car or something. We'll just bury it in sand and have it in like a bird bath. Fill the sand and glitter and just like spins around quickly.
That's funny.
So it looks kind of like a worm.
It's then they say like how some cultures use rhino horn or alva tusk as medicine. Ethan uses crushed bones of the pets he killed. That's fucking hilarious.
That is actually pretty fun.
So you don't have to use this, but hear me out. He has Shredder's ashes in the urn and he's sniffing it as spice. Then it runs out, so he needs the skull merchant to get his fix back. That's good.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway, let's get by. Let's watch a bit more of the video. What are they?
One other thing is at the end of the hour he sits there in the cuck chair. I don't mean to say that in the sense that
then don't say
again,
it.
I don't think Ian's a cuck. I think Anissa's the cuck.
Anyone not aware?
But he's sitting back, like way back in the corner.
You think Anissa's the cuck?
Fulfilling his prophecy, his destiny.
What a weird thing to say.
To always be the cuck chair guy. Even though I don't think he's the cuck, it's Anissa. But Hassan, without caring about the man, put his ass in the chair in the corner. Now, what kind of friend is that?
What are you talking about? He didn't say, hey, sit back there.
What kind of friend is that?
I think it's just how that camera's set up. That's why it's angled like that. He's just being a dickhead. He's just like, oh, look at him in the cock chair again. Even though Anissa's the cock again.
Yeah, what does he mean by Anissa's the cock? What a fucking weird.
I think it's just the angle of how it's set up.
Yeah, the mics were echoing.
Like if you look at this, like I'm fairly close to you, but it looks like I'm sitting in the cuck chair.
Honestly, yeah, like we're really close to each other, but that kind of is weird. The perspective shift. Whoa, I can touch him. It looks like he's a bit further away though.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a wide angle lens.
Yeah, but he's just saying he knows. That's the thing though. Is like he knows better. He should know better.
Yeah. Oh God, is loner box on? I don't even want to look at that guy's face. He looks like a fucking scary bird. Should I skip all this? Because He's not even like, that's such a fucking dumb thing to talk about. Talk about some of the substance. He can't, so he has to bring on this fascist fuck to argue for him. He's like, no, cuck chair, Hassan's armpit hair, Hassan stuttered. Like those are the only arguments he can make himself.
Yeah.
So he has to bring on this fascistic maniac.
What's that one character? Is it Sesame Street?
Big Bird?
Not Big Bird. He's like a scientist-looking character from like Sesame Street. Like,
and that's who
TikTok, a really
looks
interesting message from a PhD candidate here. She's on TikTok as Nope Brigade.
Lonerbox is trying to help him paint on the veneer that he did well in the debate. Yeah.
Leftist.
Ugh, look at this ugly guy.
Who are
He looks like a bird.
anti-intellectuals. And she kind of pegs Hassan.
I want to see.
Let's take a look.
The difference between neoliberalism and fascism, if it's all just bad. Another thing that's happening here is sort of reverse ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism is this fallacy where people think that their culture and their country and their way of life is the best and the most supreme, and we all do this to a certain extent. But on the left, it's a reactionary, America's the worst country on the planet. No,
You're doing reverse ethnocentrism right now.
but he's ever been worse than this country. It shows me that you are deeply...
Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's Boner Box. Where'd he go? Where is it? Oh my god, there he is. He looks like Beaker. That's awesome.
I don't know if I'm the first one to notice. I don't think I am. I think someone else pointed it out.
Probably at this point. A lot of eyes on him. Okay, this is like the weirdest take ever, though.
Uncurious about the history of the world and any other country. Tell me without telling me that you've never heard of France, Spain, or Great Britain. We've been living in a multicultural democracy, a flawed one, but still it existed for the last 40 years. And we are returning to earlier iterations where democracy was much reduced to the population. But if you say this is as bad, it's always been this bad, and all these groups have always suffered in the same way, then you don't see the nuances in our history and how things have been better, and they're getting worse now, but it doesn't mean that they can't improve through efforts like a renewed civil rights movement.
You're missing the point of American bad. Yeah, Americans' domestic policy and their affairs within their country is improving. The marginalized and the oppressed are slightly less so in the past 40 years. America is the worst country in the history is their foreign policy and what they do around the fucking world and like instilling fascist dictator after fascist dictator in other countries to destabilize their fucking government so they can move in and extract all the resources unfucking bothered. That's what America bad means. It doesn't mean, oh, gay rights exist. That's bad. Or whatever the fuck she's trying to say.
Movement, okay? And that just like allows you to sit back and just be a critic without actually building anything. And this masquerades as critique when in reality it's just anti-intellectualism.
Yes.
It's just reactivity. It's just as dogmatic as what's happening on the right. It's fucking dangerous, and if you are serious about wanting things to change, you need to understand them. You cannot fix a problem until you understand the problem. So yes, neoliberalism is not fascism. It is quite bad for a lot of people.
Neoliberalism is not fascism, but it devolves into fascism to prop up end stage capitalism. No one's saying neoliberalism is fascism. Jesus Christ.
And I'm not okay with what Joe Biden did with Palestine either, man.
Joe Biden.
But like, let's get real about solving the problems, okay? And anti-intellectualism is a...
Let's get real with solving the problems. Stop saying America's bad, because France was really bad in the past. England was really bad in the past, like a few hundred years before the American Empire. So you can't say that America's the worst because they existed and did bad things. Yeah. Jesus, like what is your whole point? America is objectively one of, if not the worst empires throughout history based on global reach and potentially even life being lost.
Problem on the left. We do not have time for this anymore.
Listen, I thought that was fantastically. This is something you don't hear people saying, and she articulated it really well. When I hear someone like Hassan talk about America, for example, like it's the evilest country that ever existed. It can't be saved. It can't be changed. It's just.
All he advocates for is the changing of America. That's his whole thing. Like, what do you think his points are? Why do you think he's been fighting for the past fucking decade? Why do you think leftists are fighting to make America and Canada and all these places a better place for the working class? God damn it.
Needs to be overthrown. Israel's Zionism, or not Zionism, but Israel's history. There's no victims in Israel. The Israelis cannot be victims ever for any reason. It's like there's zero nuance in this conversation. And it's what drives me insane. And it's kind of been my whole problem with this.
He just ignores all the nuance to make his point.
And they lose their fucking mind and call me a Zionist. Your thoughts?
No. That freaking hour-long spiel you just made about the history of Israel and like the victimhoods of Israelis, that doesn't matter. You don't think there's any victims in Israel. Like you're just erasing everything Hassan says all the time, constantly. Yeah, I would love to hear Ethan try to unravel that one. His life would be a lot easier if he just admitted he was a Zionist. Honestly, at this point, I think he's working his way to be able to do that without repercussion. I think that's his whole plan. He's bringing on a loner box who's like a straight up fascistic genocidal freak that justified the sniping of children. Yeah, this guy's a fucking weird fucker. He's like Destiny's best bro. He had to like be like, oh, I'm taking a big break from the internet because like Sex Pest and he got outed as.
But wasn't one of his
doing all his shit?
Isn't his girlfriend? Wasn't she part of it?
Probably. Like Destiny tried to get his girl, took his girl from him.
I think so.
I don't know the lore too much between him and Destiny. That's hilarious. You're gonna team up like with a nut job like Destiny. You hide your wife and daughters from that guy. You gotta hide your kids. What's that meme? Hide your kids, because he's raping them all up. And he's filming it and sharing the videos with his weird ass Discord chat. He's too much of a cowardly loser just to admit actual. But yeah, honestly, he doesn't have any point. Like, he doesn't care, and he's got Boner Box on here, who he says is like a historical genius.
That's all correct. I got nothing else. My voice is echoing in your end. Is there a way to bring that down?
Hold on.
Yes.
I have an idea.
Yes. Thank you.
1 2 1 2.
There you go, you guys.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was gonna say it's still echoing. Oh fuck.
We'll fix it. Don't worry.
My head's gonna explode. Okay. I'll just pretend. I'll do my best. Okay. Yeah. The first time I thought of this term was I observed it during the Ukraine and Russia war, because it just seemed that regardless of how black and white Russia's imperialist desires were and how often people like Putin and Lavrov and all these people in the Kremlin would keep saying, what we want to do is we want to claim Ukraine because we don't think it's a real country. We think it's a part of the Russian Empire or the former Soviet Union. We think like Ukrainian culture is really just like the little brother of Russian culture. They would say this constantly, but people in the West would still just desperately snatch for whatever excuse they could to blame it on NATO or on the West. And the thing I kind of described that was like
I don't want to look at
left-wing
that guy.
American exceptionalism. Like, even in a case where you've got a former empire of 300
I think
years,
he even sounds like
basically,
Beaker.
like whether it was through the Russian Empire or the Soviet Union or the intervention of Russia in Eastern Europe and.
It's literally him. Look at. Okay, sorry.
The former Soviet Union after that, people still had to find a way to make it actually the fault of the United States. I just thought that was like really bizarre. And to me, it's just American exceptionalism, but just turned on its head.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
rather than America being exceptionally good, it's America is exceptionally bad.
This is what?
And definitely with the Middle East, you see the same thing, right? Like, it's funny that people always
they're doing like reverse racism right now. They're like literally doing the reverse racism argument. They were all lives mattering, the genocide. Now they're doing reverse racism against America. No, this is reverse American exceptionalism. America's not bad. It's medium.
It's exceptionally medium.
They always use terms like Orientalism.
It's radical
to describe their
centrism to the
critics,
fucking
but
radicalist
They
extent.
actually seem to be like the ultimate Orientalists in so many ways, because they so often treat Arabs and Arab leaders or people in the Muslim world as if they just have absolutely no agency and no free will of their own. So when we talk about Iran and the regime and why it is the way it is and why it's so destructive in the region, everyone always says, oh, it's just because of the American coup in 1952. And it's like,
big
America
part
has
of
like
it.
bombed entire countries to hell and back, even since like in the 70s, and now those countries get along with the United States. Like America nuked Japan.
Do you know why? Because they installed governments that agree with the United States.
Yeah.
It's what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
We bombed the shit out of these countries, and now they like us. Because we created, like, Japan, their whole democracy was written by the United States. Their entire fucking government structure was rewritten by the United States. Fuck God, Jesus Christ, man.
And America and Japan are friends, but for some reason we have to only expect the worst of Iran because of America getting too involved in their policy from like the 50s to the 70s, which doesn't really make any sense to me. And it is just like, to me, it's just like a very thought terminating cliche that people like to use to
That's it. It's
avoid that
thought
nuance.
terminating. That's like the approach to all these conversation. And like, I don't know if you saw during our debate.
This is
one of the
literally
things-
doing
probably the most
This
disgusting.
is the funniest fucking argument. This is it's reverse racism. You guys can't just say America's the worst. It's like this is so fucking funny. What the fuck?
And
I'm so dumb too. For me to be able to do an argument against this is fucking hilarious.
disturbing part of that whole conversation.
I know shit.
Was the way that he basically erased all of Jewish history in the Middle East. And just, he says the majority of...
you do. You're erasing the entirety of history in the Middle East and saying it's the fucking Arabs being inherently anti-Semitic. That's why all the Jews had to leave. That was your whole talking point. Like, I hope you go over what he says in the fucking his reaction, because he spends like 2 hours talking about it, and he brings on historians and like articles and like the people he was citing, and then cutting off right before they got to the part that debunked what he was saying. Like, he kept doing that over and over again. It's fucking crazy.
People moved there because of Zionism, because they wanted to be in Israel, which is just fucking insane, by the way.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
not what he said.
Gross. And Hassan, he surrounds himself with all these like
historians.
Well, who's this historian he was talking with?
I can't believe I just did that. Clip that. Someone clip that. That was amazing. How do I fucking clip? Oh my God, that was so funny. Someone please clip that.
Quote unquote. They
my
always
God.
harp on like the bombings in Baghdad caused all the Jews to flee. And there's just no intellectual rigor. There's no thought for nuance or trying to figure it out. It's I don't know, man. It's really sick. And it's anti-Semitic, frankly. If you're being like, the Jews of the Middle East were not forced out of their homes by anti-Semitism. They went to Israel because of Zionism. That is the most anti-Semitic thing I can pretty much imagine you saying.
Yeah, if you just do the tiny little snippet and not explain the entire context and the entire history of the French and British involvement of these countries and the creation of a lot of these like literally doing oh, you subscribe, thanks for the subscription, what the hell, let's go.
Nice.
Anyway,
saying.
sorry.
It's just
I lost my
horrific.
train of thought.
And they have no problem saying that.
I really want that clip.
Is the historian you're thinking of Zachary Foster? By
I don't
any
know how to
chance?
clip.
Let me Google his name and I'll see.
What's it called? As long as if you know the kind of like the time
Zachary
frame of when it
Foster.
was, then you could just.
Yes,
3
this
hours
guy
and
is such a
30 minutes
fucking
in.
clown, dude.
Okay.
Holy shit. This guy
It
doesn't know
doesn't even-
anything, and he sits there like as this, and that's what Hassan does. He brings these charlatans out, and
Stop.
by the way, also
These
Jewish.
historians. They were historians a second ago. Now they're charlatans.
He wears his Jewish friends like a human shield. He's managed to collect every anti-Zionist Jew in the world.
That's not anti-Semitic though. Hassan having Jewish people come on and talk about the history and talk about their lived experience and their views and voice their opinions on this thing, that's anti-Semitic. You calling them like tokens, that's not anti-Semitic. You're right.
Yeah, the thing about the
himself with them.
bombings, it's like the first time I ever heard it, like I would have thought, and I'm not like a history graduate, but the first thing I would have thought just instinctively was like, okay, so you're telling me that 90+% of these people who have lived in this country for like some of them for over 1,000 years, like this is their ancestral homeland, and you're telling me that they all within 1 year upped and left because of a handful of grenade attacks that killed like 4 people. When in history has this ever happened? Have you managed to convince like 90% of a population
They've been
to
there for
leave
2,000
within
years.
a year? Yeah, because of like a couple of attacks.
And by the
obviously
way,
it completely excludes everything that happened before then. Yeah.
And again, the historian that brings that entire dialogue forward, Avi Schleim, says the first 2 bombings were done by anti-Semitic terrorists who,
dang
who after the first 2,
I appreciate the
vast majority had already
attempt.
signed up to leave.
I'll go find it later.
It's just there's no rigor to understand what's going on. Here's Hassan. Let me pull up some of the clips here.
Oh God!
Take a look.
Clip chipping.
Don't run your own country.
Hassan has a denims moment, which runs in the family, I guess.
Country. Then Israel runs your country.
Are you gonna have boner
Have you
box
ever
over there?
found? Wow! And then he puts this clip in here where he comes up to me to try to take a photo with me. Wow! Wow!
Oh hell
Remember
yeah! You
when
got
he
it.
fucking had to admit that this person, I didn't know who the fuck he was, and he was some dumbass cloud chaser?
Where'd it go? Okay, I'm gonna exit this one. Where'd it go? This one.
He was talking with who's this historian? He was. Well, who's this historian?
Just 1 second too late. Arians?
Well, who's this historian? He.
That's so funny now. Hassan surrounds himself with what historians? Who's this historian? That's fucking perfect. Oh. Yeah, okay, that is the
Is there actually a video of me saying that Israel or Jews run America? Is
I
there
might be able to
actually a
go in
video
there
of me
and
saying that?
extend
No,
it.
there isn't. He's saying that like Arabs that wanted to collaborate with America basically said, no, you don't understand. It's actually the Israeli lobby that dominates. It's actually the Jews that dominate America.
What is this clip?
I mean, I also don't disagree with what he's saying. I often will talk about
Really, Hassan?
obviously AIPAC and the Zionist lobby.
Now, if you don't know the context, he's defending.
Oh, you're gonna set
Hassan
up the contest?
Nasrallah.
Sure.
He's like, actually, Hassan Nasrallah. Do we have that where he says he's less? I'm more anti-Semitic than Hassan Nasrallah.
At this point, after what you just said about fucking all the Jewish people have no agency of their own, they're just human shields for Hassan. Like, that's pretty fucked up, dude.
So he's defending him. And he's actually being like, he's not anti-Semitic at all. It's the Jews that run America. So.
What, the Nasrallah quote when he's saying that it's not Israel that controls America, it's America that controls Israel?
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because people like Hassan would say that that's an example of Nasrallah fighting anti-Semitism, because you would normally expect people to say it's the other way around, like it's the Zionist-occupied government, but Nasrallah would say, no, it's the other way around. It's like that Israel is basically like America's little helper. But I think people don't understand why Nasrallah says that. With Nasrallah and the Axis of Resistance, they have this term where they describe America as the Great Satan. and Israel as the little Satan. The reason
That's kinda
that,
sick.
and I'll tell you this as well,
That's pretty
the
fair.
reason that they say that America is the one that calls the shots and Israel is just like a kind of like a little henchman is, it's not because they're fighting anti-Semitism, it's because the ultimate worst thing ever for these.
Because Ethan seems to think he knows a lot about the history of Israel. He thinks he's like the answer to Hassan. Timu Hassan. Like that pause I got on Ethan there. It's fucking... But yeah, he's just
movements is to get defeated by the Jews without any excuse. So Nasrallah and these people will say that the only reason that Israel has ever managed to achieve a victory over an Arab or Muslim nation is because America helped them. Which
what? Yeah. Well, okay. The only reason Israel exists up to this point is pretty much because America helps. They get like how many billions of dollars a year from them? How much military aid from them? What the fuck? What are you
obviously
saying?
it wasn't true in the 48 war, at least. They didn't get help from anyone really at that point.
You don't think so?
But then
they got no help from anyone in the 48 war. That's fucking funny.
I agree with you.
America is the excuse, yeah.
Here, to be specific, this is one of the most insane things in the video. And like, how do you even say this with a fucking straight face? It's putrid. It's actually insane. This is like saying the Klansmen were actually less racist than you, black person who's trying to defend your people. I mean, I don't need to use other races as examples, but
hold on, okay. They didn't have help from anyone, right? This is a picture of the first government of Israel way back when. Yeah, look at it. No help from anyone. Not all these countries gathering together.
it's hard to explain just how fucking malicious
funding
this is.
from
Listen to
who?
this shit. Talking about Hassan Nasrallah, who said,
the British.
I hope all the Jews.
The
Is this
French?
one that's contested? I hope all the Jews gather in Israel so that we don't have to bother to.
Also, didn't that lady bring up how bad? Like, oh, you can't hate America because England and France were so bad. And a big argument against this shit is how bad England and France were to do this shit. Like, they're a causation for this. Like, what? The fucking.
Yeah, they didn't write the playbook, okay? They're just playing the game. You can't hate someone for playing the game. They didn't write the book. I know. Oh, fuck.
That's so funny. That's so true. That's such a good. Whoa. You can find that picture. I don't know where it went. Oh, I still love pulling this up. Israel released captive. I felt safer in Hamas captivity than in Israel.
Hunt them
Talk
all
about
down.
that, Ethan.
You asking me about that quote?
Yeah.
So that quote is contested.
That's the lady that felt so bad that she didn't get sexually assaulted. She got home to Israel. She got a nose job because she felt not attractive enough to be assaulted by Hamas. So she had to increase her self-esteem with a nose job. And then immediately she got sexually assaulted by her Israeli personal trainer. Like when she got back. Horrific life. I feel so bad for the lady, but the irony is palpable.
Speech that he gave, I think at some point in the 2000s, where
I'm trying to only have it when a boner box is on, but I keep forgetting it.
it doesn't actually appear in the final published text because it came from I think it was like a Hezbollah affiliated newspaper.
Yeah, we'll cut that too.
But there was a person who was at the speech.
I don't want to have to subject anyone looking at Loner Box. It's like, ugh, this fucking pointy little triangle mouth that just triggers me. Looks like someone like just so snarky.
Wrote it in a newspaper of his own and claimed that he had heard it there. But then there was a whole a contest with the editor and everything. There is a gap in the speech though where it looks like it could easily have gone. That said, there are tons of speeches that no one contests. Like the one where he said
it was a funny joke.
There will
while
never
it
be
lasted.
anyone more cowardly, weak, and frail in spirit, mind, ideology, and religion than the Jew. And I'm not saying the Israeli. That quote
that's
is
my favorite. He goes,
real.
he goes, let me be clear. I'm not talking about Israelis.
he was
I'm talking
horrifically
about
anti-Semitic.
Jewish people. He went out of his way to clarify
Horrifically anti-Semitic. No one's arguing he wasn't.
Do you know about his where their real land is? Do you know that one from Nasrallah?
So read it.
So this is just before the Second Intifada, when he is basically trying to gas up the Palestinian militant groups to go and take action. Like, he even uses the word Intifada. And he says, the real land, he said, their real land is Ethiopia as far as the Falasha are concerned, and Russia as far as the Russian emigres are concerned. And there will be a time when these people will really feel nostalgia for their original homeland. He said that a few times, like, let the Falasha go back to Ethiopia, let the Russian Jews go back to Russia. The choice is yours, and the example is clear before your eyes. Israel has nuclear weapons and the strongest air force, but is still weaker than a spider web. Yeah, he said this like right up to the Second Intifada. His whole thing was, you need to terrorize them until they get sick of trying to live here and go back to where they came from. Like, literally go back to Russia, go back to Ethiopia. Yeah.
Which is so fucking insane. I've heard even Hassan parroting that, saying the idea is to make it so bad that they are going to leave.
No, Hassan is a one-state solution. He does not parrot that. Like, the words you put in Hassan's mouth are so fucked up. Like, to be like, no, Hassan agrees with this this fucking guy that was the leader of the which army, whatever it was. It's so fucking disingenuous. It's so insane. Hassan believes in a one-state solution. Yeah, like most leftists do, where it's like one vote, one life, one vote, and that goes for the Palestinians. Like, the Jews don't have to fucking leave. Jesus.
Go where?
No one's
leave
advocating
to go where?
for that.
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. He thinks that Iraqi Jews are going to move back to Iraq, like he actually...
No, he doesn't think that they're going to do that, but they have a right to return. A lot of these countries that the mass exodus happened from the Jewish population do have a right to return to these countries. That's all he's saying. He's not saying, yeah, go back. He's just saying Israel doesn't even offer that right to Palestinians, but these countries have for the Jewish populations that left. That's his point.
That he really thinks that the Iraqi Jews should move back there and start a new life. By the way, are they allowed to do that?
You heard so kind of, but not really. So Iraq has a return law for descendants of Iraqis who lost their citizenship because they left. The return law specifically excludes Jews.
That's a important detail.
Yeah. In 1975,
does it? In 1975,
they did institute a decree that meant that they could go back to Iraq through a different process. The only problem is that in the wording of it, they actually bought an ad in the New York Times to advertise this. They said that you can come back, we have no problem with Jews unless they're Zionists. And there's a reason that a lot of...
Okay, so it's not Jews. It's Zionists. That's like saying all Germans can come back except Nazis. Yeah. That's fine. What the fuck? Like like Sam Cedar had to yell in this guy's face the dangers of conflating Judaism and Zionism, and how dangerous that makes things for Jewish people. And it's a big thing that happens like in these regions, and why these populations are so anti-Semitic, because they see the conflation with Israel and Judaism and they become anti-Semitic. They're like, oh, this is obviously because of Jews. Israel wants us to believe that, so why not? Why wouldn't they believe that? Like, it's dangerous. It's like the Jews are not the fascist ideology. The fascist ideology is what is evil and what needs to be expelled from existence. Not Jewish people. Not the culture of Jews. Sorry, I'm brain fart. It's getting late. My Adderall's wearing off.
Isn't that a lot of Jews?
If you're coming from Israel, you're a Zionist. He thinks being Israeli and Zionists are the same thing. Honestly, he firmly believes that. Oh, I had a good thought earlier too. Oh fuck! I wonder if I can recall it.
Not very convinced by this, because this was about 6 years after
I need it out of
the same party, the Ba'ath Party, executed a dozen or so Iraqi Jews by accusing them of being Zionist spies under a political party kangaroo court. They tried them for 3 days and then hanged them.
Well, not like one like
on very dubious charges. Yeah,
it's not helping the anti-Semitism claims. They're not.
They were forced to become refugees. That doesn't make them Zionists. Honestly,
They're not beating those.
Not at all. A few Jews
that
did
was a
go
big
back,
thing. The
though.
fucking
A very small
Arabs
handful.
forced them to all become Zionists.
I think in the late
It's such an
70s there were
insane
about
statement.
500 Jews living in Iraq, and by the late 90s that number had gone down to about 30. So.
It didn't work out for half of them almost. Here's direct quotes from Nasrallah before I play this clip for you and show you what a disgusting monster, racist, Jew-hating monster Hassan is.
Jesus Christ, man.
The 50th, what is that? 50th anniversary? 50th?
50th.
See, I told you he can't read.
Is that how it's spelled? Am I having a brain aneurysm? Yeah. 50th? 50. Okay. I'm not moving on, Dan. I need to understand what's happening. 50th anniversary of the historic catastrophe and tragic event, namely the establishment of the state of the Zionist Jew, the descendant of apes and pigs, on the land of Palestine and the holiest of our places. These are uncontested. This is in the book of quotes that this guy from Kneecap was reading, that Hassan quote tweeted about how cool these guys are. He also went out on stage with them. And,
Kneecap's so cool.
Yeah. I watched their movie.
What's it called? That,
oh, yeah?
that
How was it?
music
It's
festival.
it's
Coachella.
very long, very
Commenting on normalization, he says this: despite all these Jewish ambitions we are in this nation, say that the dreams of the Israelis have come to an end. We promise and warn them that their dreams
these are disgusting statements that are disavowed by these people. Just because you're reading a book doesn't mean you co-sign all these fucking quotes. You need, like, it's understanding both sides of the fucking thing. Like, oh, every word that they've said is, you have to throw it away because they said something anti-Semitic.
Reality, a reality in which people refuse to live in humiliation and view life with the Zionist Jew as nonsense, a reality in which every man, young and old, loves to blow himself up to tear apart the bodies of invading, occupying Jews. The fuck?
It says Zionist Jew, not just Jew. It's not racist to say Zionist Jew. There are more Christian Zionists and Jewish Zionists. Exactly. The evangelical Christian Zionists is such a huge population. It's fucking so weird.
This message of the
evangelical pastor Ant's a Zionist.
There's more evangelical Zionists than there are Jews, period.
Yeah.
Such a fucking weird thing. Occupying Jews.
Misbehaving.
Yeah, exactly. Invading, occupying Jews. Like, honestly, like, even this is not as fucking straight up anti-Semitic as he's saying.
Incident. This is the one you were saying. But if we search the entire globe for a more cowardly, lowly, weak, and frail individual in his spirit, mind, ideology, and religion, we will never find anyone like the Jew.
No,
and I am not saying the Israeli. We have to know the enemy we are fighting, and so these are uncontested ones. So even if he didn't say we want all the Jews to move to Israel so that we don't have to be bothered to hunt them down worldwide, you still have a nice little sample size there to pick from. So here's what Hassan said about Hassan Nasrallah, the owner.
Exactly. Like, you replaced that with Nazi and German. Jew as German and Zionist as Nazi. Like, everyone would be fine with all of those fucking statements. But yeah, he's conflating Judaism with Zionism. And, like, I can't remember. I've made a really good point about, like, because his whole thing is like, well, he said 90% of Jews are Zionists, and then he walked it back into 70% of Jews are Zionists. So that means all Jews, like, if you say anything against Zionism, you're talking about all Jews. And I had an apt comparison for that. Well, maybe it was just Nazis. Yeah, okay, like 70% of Germans agree with Nazis at the time or whatever it was. So you can't bash Nazism because that means you're being mean to Germans. Like, it's so weird. No, we're mad at the ideology. The ideology is fascistic. And the Jewish people that believe in Zionism and the Christians that believe in Zionism. Because it's like there was Americans. There was a huge fucking thing in a Churchill Square.
Oh, yeah.
The huge Nazi rally by Americans. Like, they were Nazis. They were like the evangelical Zionists. All the Americans that believed in Nazism and stuff still to this day. It's not... It's the ideology. It's the fascism that's the enemy. It has nothing to do with the people. And like you guys marrying fascism to Judaism is so fucked. It's so fucked up. It is so anti-Semitic because Judaism is like an inherently pacifistic, loving religion that's like against, like inherently against the ideas of Zionism. And Jews, a lot of Jews that survived the Holocaust are fucking horrified with what's happening and the maintenance of apartheid state and what goes into that and the genocide that's happening right now. It's like, it's amazing to be able to like go from that atrocity and just be the people doing the atrocity right after. It's like, what the fuck? 100% Jews today are Zionists, but 0% of them are Zionist. In 20 years' time, then how is it against Jews to be against Zionism? He's literally saying there. Yeah, literally, he's saying the same thing. Like they're the exact same. Like, if you're making fun of Zionism, then you're anti-Semitic, or not making fun. If you're critiquing Zionism or if you're against Zionism, then you're anti-Semitic, and that's kind of the end all. Like that's what was he saying? Like thought stopping. That's the thought stoppingness with this argument. It's like no, you can't critique them. You're anti-Semitic. You hate Jewish people. It's like no, let me explain the history. No, you're anti-Semitic. You're a terrorist. You supported this one thing. What is it? Nasrallah. Hassan Nasrallah said. You agreed with a few things he said, and he said some anti-Semitic things. That means everything you say is anti-Semitic. That means you love everything he said that's anti-Semitic.
All those insane quotes.
The actual fucking video that I was watching from
they can't
Hassan Nasrallah. Here, I'll just show you the full video instead of...
Yeah, that's true, because he does have a big problem with Hasidic Jews, and a lot of Hasidic Jews are violently anti-Zionist. Not violently, but staunchly anti-Zionist. Like so many Hasidic Jews are like Jewish Voice for Peace. I think it's started and run by Hasidic Jews. A lot of the people that are protesting the war in Israel are Hasidic Jews because they're pacifist. I'm pretty sure pacifism is a part of Judaism.
My reaction to the video, ironically enough, Hassan Nasrallah less anti-Semitic than Ethan Klein. I cannot stress this enough. Hassan Nasrallah is less anti-Semitic than Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein constantly makes a conflation.
The fact that you can even go out and say something like that without any pushback, any problem, is just... It's just open and out anti-Semitism. It's disgusting. I mean, this.
Well, okay. The Jewish Judaism recognizes that war is sometimes necessary. Although before the war starts, there must be genuine attempt to make peace and avoid conflict. As a core tenet of Judaism, apparently, just the little bit I'm reading. I don't know that much about Judaism.
Bad person. He's just a bad person. He's dishonest. He's not even curious to find out what actually happened.
It is a Holocaust.
You know, I didn't know about his dad was the founder of some like conservative party that was like friends with Hamas. They like negotiated Sinwar's release.
I appreciate like him going after
I've heard about that. I haven't looked into it.
Oh yeah, he just called his dad a billionaire or something.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yep, I have looked into it. That is true.
Yeah. Holocaust definition: destruction or slaughter on a mass scale, especially caused by fire or nuclear war. Have you seen pictures of Gaza?
I was gonna just go full Ethan and just be like, have you seen the person that gives Hassan his chicken? It's not his mom.
It's not his mom. It's a Hispanic lady, undocumented. Get her deported.
Get her out.
His dad founded the party that helped negotiate the release of Sinwar. So maybe his perspective on Jewish, I would say, isn't exactly unbiased. Or on Israel is unbiased.
Well, yeah, no shit. Well, how could he have an unbiased opinion?
On the other hand, does not. The clip that I was watching.
No one in that region right now can have an unbiased opinion on fucking Israel. They're committing a fucking genocide.
Hassan Nasrallah.
If you have an unbiased opinion on Israel or any country that's done a genocide, you're fucking brain broken.
Who is homo?
I'm not. You're just biased against the Nazis.
Phobic and definitely has some questionable perspectives. Okay. Here he is talking about
Well, was, yeah, he's dead now. But let's hear what the General Secretary Hezbollah had to say.
Anyway, he's doing a quote, but his claim is that Hassan Nasrallah is not anti-Semitic.
So you're not going to finish what he says. You're not going to finish what he's saying. You're not going to do the context. Radical centrism, baby.
In fact, he's less anti-Semitic.
We scared everyone off.
Than I am.
Oh.
And of course, Hassan is the
We had
person
like
to
16 people
determine
in here for
who
a while.
is
That was
and
good.
isn't and what is and isn't anti-Semitic. I find it really funny. Throughout the whole thing, he keeps going,
oh, you know what's probably
anti-Semitism is on the rise, guys. It's on the rise. It's up like
Hassan
60%.
probably went to talking
it's
about
a
it.
huge problem. Not me, though. I have nothing to do with that.
Fucking Hassan taking our fucking
I don't know. I feel like after watching that, especially after watching the debates, I did watch all of that. It took like 10 hours.
I
But
think he's my favorite character.
He is funny.
I'm like, what the hell? Okay, so this is Mark Jacobs. Rihanna is in. Mark Jacobs here. Okay,
I don't know who those guys are. It doesn't look like he's covering it.
Sorry
yet.
about that.
I think,
But
I think
like I
after watching
suspect
that,
when he
I kind of
starts
just
covering it,
reached what you
everyone's
might call
gonna
like
dip
peak
out of
Hassan,
here.
because every now and then with Trump, this used to happen where Trump would get caught saying or doing something mental, usually in like 2015, 16, and the Democrats always did this like, yes, we got him, that's it, he's done, he's never coming back from this pickle, and then he comes back from it and he's totally fine. I feel like that generally happens with Hassan as well, and honestly, like, given that as a seasoned political veteran,
the
going
irony
in one
of
debate and he
of how much like Trump Ethan has been.
I know.
For him to be like, no, Hassan's the Trump one.
ends up
Well,
coming
it's
out
funny
with
too
like,
because he was doing the whole like, he was watching a Trump video and then he was doing like, he's basically talking about like the debate in the Trump voice. And he's just like talking, like doing all the like NBC. What's your thoughts on ABC and their opinions about me, kind of thing. I don't do it good. But yeah.
This is a video. This is me talking about Hassan.
It's like of all the videos that have been made about.
Onision? I'm not super familiar with Onision.
I don't think
but I know
so.
he's been like a drama.
He's literally just like, who has the most? He's fucking Donald Trump. No one gets as much hate as me. It's an attack. This is literally a Donald Trump talking point. He's literally this exact same guy as Donald Trump right now. No one gets as much hate as me. It's an online smear campaign. All the major media, they hate me, just spreading fake news about me. No one gets it worse. No one gets it as bad as me. Literally.
For years.
No, but the thing is, like, what I've been able to manage is that I keep the hate videos coming, baby.
Well, Gabby Hanna. Oh, somebody said Gabby Hanna.
She's gone. Nobody's making hate videos on her.
An important part of this
Because
is
she's not currently crashing out. She's gone from the public eye.
He's so
she
dumb.
was enough of a piece of shit. She pissed enough people off. I keep the hate videos coming. It's like, you're in the midst. I explained that he's in the peak. He's in the peak of hate videos right now.
Those absurd takes, like standards for how we need to determine sexual violence on October 7th, or the constant equivalence of the Warsaw Ghetto and
you think Ethan voted for Trump? I could see it.
With the Houthis, or go back to Iraq. Everyone knows that, like, go back to Poland, for example, is a trope.
That's what I said, and he goes,
well,
"Oh,
how's
really?"
Go back to Iraq now, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
just like, I think once you reach that point, it's just like, yeah, you've kind of got everything you need in terms of like making the
He
point.
doesn't say that. He advocates for a one-state solution in Israel.
For home, and if that doesn't work on people, then nothing will.
It's very sad to me that Hassan is paraded around Twitch homepage.
Like, this is literally called "Dear Hassan, you lied again," and they're actively just lying and making shit up about what Hassan said, as if you can't just go see what he said.
Interviewed by the New York Times, and he's like, "No, I'm racist. I hate Jewish people for sure." And he's not treated like Nick Fuentes, who's on Kick.
Weird that this is his show too.
I know. Like, there's 47,000 people in here right now.
Yeah.
Just watching him, like, he literally just said, Hassan went on New York Times and said, "Yeah, I'm racist. I hate Jewish people."
Yeah.
Like, he just said that.
But also,
what?
Like, it's so weird. His fucking, like, yeah, it's just like the Hassan hate hour, which I get. There's a viewership for it.
Yeah, no. After this dies down, he's gonna fall off so hard, because like exclusively his audience right now is just Destiny stands. Like, literally, that's Someone pulled up that graph that everyone in his community right now is also in Destiny's community. Like,
okay,
like it's shared. So like once he and like Destiny fans only care about one thing, and that's shitting on Hassan. And I don't know, I guess being creepy to women.
He's not treated like, you know.
Honestly, that'd be such a good lawsuit.
Any number of disgusting
Hassan sued
anti-Semitic
Ethan for
fucking
defamation.
weirdos.
He has
which
like such a
is.
good case at this point.
He's one of them. Here is, let's see. This is not very historical, but
what is he gonna pull
I just
up?
like to show
So
this because
curious.
Hassan says his community has nothing to do with harassing us. CPS a lot of the people were making CPS jokes who were donating. CPS Officer Miller, Ela Klein's a terrorist, Shredder's Cheddar Fund, Klein Family Giardia, Hitler Klein, Content Protective Services.
This is amazing. Content protective services. These are so funny. Why is he posting? Why is he posting the Snarks dubs on here? Whoa, Veloci. First time chat. Good to see you here. How you
Then
doing?
also, on top of all this, was great. He got passed an article. One of his help.
Can you do a restraining order against someone? Be like, you have to stop talking about me. Is that a thing? Like a gag?
Well, I think it's freedom of speech, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think.
I think if you successfully sued for defamation, you could have a gag order on someone.
Yeah.
But I don't think until you prove defamation, I don't think you can just get people to shut up about you because it's freedom of speech. Because like Cav would have done that to him, and didn't he just lose his anti-slap motion?
Yeah.
It's not freedom of speech, I think, but you have to prove that it's defamation first. I don't think you can just. Because that's what Ethan's trying to do. He's trying to get all of his critics to shut up about him. That was his letter he wrote to Noah Sampson. It's like, we're gonna sue you if you don't stop talking about me. And like until it's proven that you're actually doing defamation, you can say whatever the fuck you want.
Helpers.
Shredder's Cheddar.
Well, yeah, freedom of speech, but
was named CPS Chris. That's one of his inside people who was putting documents together. And they
This
passed him a
one?
link. It's
CPS
on. I
Officer
have a
Miller?
picture of it.
No,
And,
all that and Shredder Cheddar Fun.
he's working with somebody named CPS Chris.
That's so funny.
Which
man, the people that hate you are fucking hilarious.
Pretty disgusting, pretty heinous, and for him to even say my community has nothing to do with that, he knows that. He's working with CPS Chris. So shout out CPS Chris. We see you.
Oh,
we
man,
hear
I wish
you.
you would after us. God, I wish you would.
Come at us, bro.
For that, don't we, folks?
I know.
It's so funny.
I would be so amped, like just ready.
Constitutional. Yeah. Freedom of speech only applies, but you can't get someone to shut up about you. You have to prove damages. You have to prove defamation. CPS Chris has always been called CPS Chris, which makes it so much funny. Has he actually? Does he work for CPS? He probably works for CPS. That is fucking hilarious. Also, like, out of all that, he found, what is this, 10 examples?
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Literally 10.
Well, there's always gonna be stuff like
Raider of Ramal.
like even when I like the little bit I watched with the donations thing, I seen one that was like Dems only wears one shirt, right? Like everyone's doing stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, but there's only 10 out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that donated. Like, a few people are fucking joking on you.
Also,
you can't handle it,
on top of all
brother.
this was great.
Look at even his own fans are starting to turn on him. Ethan's debate tactic was sad. Sure, be voted to oblivion, but Ethan debated exactly like Charlie Kirk, and it's disgusting. He bring up a point, often but not always misrepresent what Hassan said, or flat out lie about it in clearly bad faith. And then when being shown to be wrong, with the exception of a few times, credit where credit is due, Ethan did fess up a few times. He would immediately redirect Hassan or just say blah blah, this is boring, and move on. Also, Charlie is a classic to say something that he knows will get whatever it's called, gish galloping or whatever, like trying to make your opponent upset. But yeah, this isn't not a snarker. This is his own fan. Look at all of his posts are in H3. So his own fans are starting to turn on him. are even more so now.
He got past an article. One of his helpers.
But yeah, maybe he could do some sort of like restraining order, but I'm not sure. I don't know how the laws work.
Was named CPS Chris. That's one of his inside people who was putting documents together, and they passed him a link. It's on. I have a picture of it.
Remember that video of that guy, Cameron F350? Apparently, this kid's a little weirdo. Yandere similar sexualization game with children. Ooh. Just a warning. This guy has a pretty shady past with Yandere dev. It was a good video, but he will be used against Ethan if he picks up on it. Okay, so yeah, all your friends. It keeps happening. Every goddamn anti-Hassan person just ends up being a pervert. It's like over and over and over again.
Yeah, no.
Like, how many times can that happen before it's like just like, okay, you're a pervert?
Yeah, there's something going on with that.
It's fucking hilarious.
That's what makes me worried about. Something about that.
That's true.
Boy ain't right.
That was so funny. Like during the disapproval, the reaction last night, Hassan, like, because Ethan claims to have mainstreamed Hassan, which is so fucking funny, and then. So Hassan debunks the shit out of it by being like, right around when Leftovers started, let's search something. So he goes to the New York Times articles and sees how many New York Times articles are about him before Leftovers even started. There's several. And then he's like, I wonder if there's any New York Times articles written about Ethan. And there is one, and it's the time Ethan hopped on Meta, got so vulgar with sex in front of children to the point of him getting banned as a joke. That's the only article written on Ethan on New York Times. I'll pull it up.
He's working with somebody named CPS Chris, which, again, pretty disgusting, pretty heinous, and for him to even say my community has nothing to do with that, he knows that. He's working with CPS Chris.
Okay, so his name has always been CPS Chris, even before this. That's so fucking funny.
Shout out CPS Chris. We see you.
Hell yeah.
We hear you. And we love you for that, don't we, folks?
Could have been done in good faith jest, you know?
Yeah, it could have been. The Raider of Ramallah, which is what they call Ela now. And,
I love that name.
Yeah, lots of fun stuff there. And this was like only 30 minutes into the to this stream. Here is.
I think I have to search Meta.
Here's what he had to say. I don't know why they keep doing this. It's so insane. Everybody's trying to relitigate. First of all, he's quoting this Z Squirrel person who is. What kind of credibility we have here with Z Squirrel, do you think?
Z Squirrel?
Have you not seen Z Squirrel's tweet with the where she literally cropped out a piece of a UN report
Life in the
to make it look like there was no
here.
sexual violence whatsoever?
Oh no! Fuck off! I'm not making a goddamn page. Fuck you.
7th.
What are they talking about? They're just talking about random people on Twitter. This is another weird thing. He goes straight to comment sections and he just goes to like random people on Twitter making fun of him. It's like, dude, you've had this going your whole fucking career. What did I say earlier? It's only different now because it's people who used to like you don't like you. It was people who never liked you before, but now it's your old fans that are against you. And that's what fucks you up. You've always had haters, but now these are haters that have good reason to hate you. Because before it was just chuds. Just the right-wing manosphere boys.
Yeah.
That were like they're disgusting, and now you're fucking leaning back into their crew. People only use jokes about CPS because it gets Ethan. Yeah, that's the only thing that can happen. CPS only exists to harass him, and they only exist to harass him because he's Jewish. That's the only reason CPS exists. They created Child Protective Services years ago because they knew this was going to happen. This was all planned. It was part of the anti I don't know, the anti-Jewish group. Nezra, what is it? Hassan Nasrallah invented it to come after Ethan.
Well, there was like during the argument, like Hassan gets heated. He's like, and it's because you're a fucking moron. It's like this happened because I'm a fucking moron. And I'm like, that's my new headcanon. Everything happened
Because Ethan's a moron.
Ethan's a moron.
That's awesome. I know what the fuck AB flexing on us because he has a $4,800 apartment. That's so weird. He's being criticized for being a sellout, so he doubles down on his selloutness. So yeah, look at what I get for selling out. It's awesome.
Don't recall. I know she's insane. Like just a straight.
Okay, look, I'm gonna.
Yeah, send
if
me.
you haven't seen this, this is about as strong as it gets.
And so this is one of Hassan's primary sources that he constantly pulls from, including in his reaction. Loner Box sent us
we
a
should
link.
get some food.
Here it is. Thank you so much. So here's her tweet. That's still up, I guess. Breaking. The UN just released its first actual investigation into October 7th, an ongoing cause of genocide by Israel. It concludes that there was violence against women. It concludes that though there was violence against women, there was no proof of any rape, let alone mass rapes, or that it was ordered by Hamas. It's over, they said. And so what are we missing here? Was there actually something that she removed here?
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot of that 95. You can obviously, you see it looks like it's cropped, right? Like you can see that little artifact on the bottom left in the space. So there's the screenshot of the whole paragraph.
So let's see the part that she cut out. Let's see. Dan will send that. And just remember, this is Hassan's primary source for what happened on October 7th.
Not that screenshot.
Let's see here, just for comparison. Okay. So 95. The commission identified patterns indicative of sexual violence in several locations and concludes that Israeli women were disproportionately subjected to these crimes. The attacks on the 7th of October enabled perpetrators to commit SGBV. I don't know what that is.
I think it's like sexual and gender-based violence.
Okay. And this violence was not isolated, but perpetrated in similar ways in several locations by many Palestinian perpetrators. The commission did not find credible evidence, however, that the militants received orders to commit sexual violence, and so it was unable to make a conclusion on this issue. However, inflammatory language and disbelief around sexual violence observed with both parties risks silencing and discrediting survivors, further exacerbates trauma and stigmatization. That's very interesting.
It doesn't.
So for whatever reason, she didn't want people to see that there was a pattern of sexual violence across multiple locations by multiple perpetrators. For some reason, that part's not interesting to the
She cut that entire paragraph down to, the commission did not find credible evidence, however, that militants received orders to commit sexual violence and so was unable to make a conclusion on this issue.
The rest of it doesn't discount that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's the statement.
By the way, how are you going to... It's not exactly easy to find evidence for that. But regardless, even in the part that she erased, it says...
What do you mean? It says the commission cannot find credible evidence, and you're saying it's easy to find evidence? What the fuck is he talking about? Hassan has many sources, doesn't rely on one primary source. Honestly, like, he thinks that this person tweeting is Hassan's primary source? Is this screenshot that someone edited? No, it doesn't change anything. The rest of that fucking paragraph doesn't change anything.
We don't question the victims because it just makes things worse. She cut that part out too, while calling them all liars. It's unreal, man. It's heinous. So
like if you were a journalist for doing like that kind of obvious level of cropping to put in a screenshot, like you'd just be fired. It's like it's just open and shut.
No,
people
but she's allowed it. And because of people like Hassan, they still raised this person up as being some kind of credible reporter.
What are they even posting? Like, what is this?
There's this whole fucking cloak of.
This is not.
There's a whole like network of these people.
This is screenshots on a tweet. Where's the full thing? Go to where this comes from. Like, what are they doing? Like, it's like going to the comments section and being like, see?
Look at these fucking comments. Just to fuck with me.
That lift each other up, that cite each other, and they're
weird
all
question.
in on this insane cover-up, in my opinion,
pee and smells
of
like
any
ham?
type of Israeli victimhood.
Maybe
to make it seem like there's never been a time in history where the Israelis have been victims. They've only ever been perpetrators.
Kind of smell more
perfect
more
evil.
pissy.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So anyway, here's this. Here's him talking about.
I don't know why. Every time I pee, it smells like someone roasted up a holiday ham.
Hey, count that as a blessing, bro.
Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a
Comment below. What
mischaracterization that genital
hallucination I
mutilation took
probably
place.
have.
Fuck. The reason why this is important, by the way,
Maybe a sign
stop
of
debating rape and
uncontrolled
focus on the genocide of the Lord. No,
diabetes.
shut the fuck up. You wanna know why?
I love that. No, I will continue to debate rape.
So you might have diabetes.
I don't deny rapes, by the way.
That might be.
I just question if
Find
they
out you have
happen.
diabetes live on air. Oh God. They want to nitpick the way information is presented. Not exactly. They're not even arguing these points. They're like, look, this has been cropped. Haha, got him. What about the substance of the article? The rest of what it says. You said, no, this is what the whole thing says, and then they kind of just look at each other and go, see, it was cropped. It didn't change the statement. It doesn't make that statement that was cropped out of it any different. Like, that was still the bulk meaning behind the fucking paragraph, that there was no evidence to support. Like, they couldn't find enough evidence to support systemic sexual assault being directed by Hamas.
So he says, thanks to D Squirrel, his reputable source there.
That's not his
the
fucking
UN
reputable
report.
source. Stop saying that. He reads the UN reports. He doesn't read people posting about the UN reports. What are you talking about?
It's so crazy how they keep pointing to this, and it just completely contradicts everything they say. But they're so persuasive, so insistent.
H3
I mean, it
show
really.
doc. Okay.
What was it Goebbels said about lies?
I don't know. Tell them lots.
The more that you
don't
say
know.
it, let's see.
Yeah.
He had something. I don't remember who he was. I don't remember what he did exactly, but Goebbels quote about lies. I just remember his name. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people eventually come to believe it.
That's what you're doing on this. That's the H3 podcast. That's what this should be called.
I wonder if they read that.
Yeah, I did have a comment on that with the debate as well, because I feel like there was kind of like a misunderstanding of what circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence actually means. So the problem is that circumstantial evidence is sometimes better than what people call like direct evidence. So for example, direct evidence is like a witness statement. If a witness says that they saw something firsthand and describes it, that's what you call direct evidence. And the problem there is that witness statements can sometimes be wrong. Circumstantial evidence, it's interesting that Hassan was really obsessed with like forensics and that idea, to the point of saying like, suggesting that there needs to be a third party after the bodies have been buried.
Stop saying Hassan's obsessed. He's literally just reading the UN reports, and these reports, it's not him being obsessed with it. It's like, this needs to be required for this to happen.
To come in and do forensics, which is like, well, you're going to dig them out and let
There's
a third
never a
country
bar
come in
enough
and
to
have
clear.
a poke around. Yeah,
If
it's very
the
bizarre.
Israelis did the forensic, we don't trust them because Israelis are liars.
Yeah, and they've done that. Yeah, they've said that in the past. Yeah, but the thing with forensics is forensics in sexual violence is still circumstantial evidence. A rape kit is circumstantial. A rape
See,
kit will tell
they're
you that
talking
there is
in
sexual
semantics.
contact
They're literally like
and
arguing
might
about
give you
definitions
DNA,
and
although
not
that's less
what
likely.
he means.
But in both cases, especially with the first one, that's still circumstantial, because if they find only that there was sexual contact, well, why doesn't someone just say, well, that might have just been with her and her partner beforehand, right? Or with the kind of stuff that people say, even if it was like if they found the DNA of a Hamas guy, like given what happens online, people might try to infer that people have already invented like romances between Hamas fighters and Israeli captives, so they might even
Science is
anti-Semitic. One of them, frankly.
Yeah, like, but the problem is like the thing that's going on there, the technique that's going on there, is a double standard of evidence. So Hassan, and I've seen him do this a million times, will talk about the Deir Yassin massacre, like horrible crime by the Israelis, and actually approved by the main army as well. But he'll constantly talk about this incident where a boy was forcibly thrown into an oven by his dad at gunpoint by the Israeli militants. But that story...
Hassan neglects to mention that kid was brown, so it was okay. That's what he's going to say.
It's based on a witness statement, one single witness statement from like 50 years after the fact. Like, there's a reason most historians don't put it in their books. It's because generally, like, witness statements that appear...
Okay, no. Hassan, the only thing Hassan uses that for is to say that's what Israel's saying that Hamas was doing. They were cooking people. And they're like, this is something that someone said about Israelis years ago. Like, that's like...
5 decades later, like, they might be true, but also
yeah,
they're
good
generally
day.
seen as less reliable because after 50 years, people can invent memories, or memories are very unreliable, especially in war. So but he'll accept that like wholeheartedly, like it just happened, no question, even though most historians don't put it in their work on that massacre. Because again, like that's a really sensational story, right? Like imagine like militants forcing
I've heard that
someone
story.
to throw their kid into an oven, right?
It's one of the most disturbing things I've ever heard. I've seen the guy telling that story in a documentary.
Yeah, and if you want to believe it, like that's fine, but then that means you accept witness statements that never appeared at the time, but did appear 50 years later from a single person, and only gets used by like very, very hardline like partisan authors. Like it's not in Ilan Pape's book, which Hassan talks about. It's not in Rashid Khalidi's book. It's not in Benny Morris's books. It's
I know,
not in
it's
any
such a tiny thing that Hassan's brought up like one fucking
popular
time.
historians talking
Maybe
about
2 times.
the 48 War.
This isn't a
but
big
that's
talking
accepted.
point.
If
Discuss
that is
the merit
accepted,
of
then
his
why wouldn't a witness
arguments.
statement about a rape on October 7th?
Or what about
be
a
accepted?
first-hand
Even though
witness?
they're-
What about a first-hand
Yeah.
witness? What is that?
Yeah.
Or what about someone who's like, I
Yeah,
actually was sexually assaulted? That's not good enough either.
No, not to say there's systemic sexual assaults. You can't have a couple people saying I was assaulted. That doesn't mean what he's arguing. He says 100 times over and over again, there was definitely sexual violence that happened on October 7th. That's never been the argument. And his other argument, if there was, it doesn't justify a genocide against these people. And if they wanted to use it as like a basis to attack these people so much harder and like use it as a justification for a genocide, then they would need a lot harder evidence to support mass rape campaigns or directed sexual assaults. Am I making you uncomfortable?
No.
That's what Cooper says.
Oh no, I'm still contemplating.
I know.
the ham.
The ham.
Oh my pit! I might have diabetes. I'm like, oh,
You gotta go for a
fuck.
diabetes test.
How do you check that?
I think you just gotta go get a blood test.
Okay.
Yeah, and the 40 beheaded babies thing, that was fake, debunked, and then that was like repeated by the fucking highest levels of government in America to justify the onslaught of genocide. Blood test, yeah, you gotta do a blood test
again. I got one a little while ago.
Yeah, which we have dozens of for October 7th. Like witness statement. Generally,
we got blood work done. I don't know.
Do they test for it?
Oh well, no.
They got to. I think they specifically got to test for it.
Okay.
For sexual violence in conflict, witness statements are all you're ever going to get. That's the same with Sabra Shatila, the massacre that was committed by Lebanese Christians in Beirut with the IDF overseeing it. That was the evidence for pretty much all the sexual violence that took place there was the same thing. It was witnesses and mostly just how the bodies were found afterwards.
You get one at
It's not like there
Shoppers.
was a forensics team dispatched to swab all the women and everything. That didn't happen, right? The medical teams went there to identify the dead, and still we
Don't you
accept
guys
that.
see how fucking insanely hateful what he's doing is? When it comes to
What do you-
Israelis,
what
we
do you
need
think he's
forensic
doing?
evidence, which apparently I don't even know what that means because rape kits aren't apparently forensic
You're so
evidence.
disingenuous.
I really don't know where. What does he want? Like a fucking video of it happening? Is that the only way he'll be convinced? But when it comes to Israeli victims,
The A1C is what you want to
bar
test.
is-
Okay, let's see.
It's the highest bar to cover. But when it's
Jordan,
anyone else,
Jordan
then
and the ham. Jordan's pee smells like ham, so now he's worried he's got diabetes.
we don't hold them to that insanely that disgusting standard that nobody should be held to. You know, it's just it's so repulsive and it's so out in the open. Here it is. So here's what he said once again about this, and I'll read you an excerpt from
Oh, you
this
gotta book a
report.
test.
They just continually lie about what's in this
Shoppers.
report.
But you can just, if you have a doctor, you should go.
Stop debating rape and focus on the admitted
he
that
does
it was a
have this pulled up.
mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place.
Okay. Here's the findings that they did on. This is the direct findings that they found on October 7th. Nova Music Festival, an outdoor event, an open field 5 kilometers from Gaza, perimeter fence, attracted around 3,500
true.
attendees. Mainly young individuals.
It's also, there's a very big difference between sexual assaults and systemic sexual violence. Like that's the argument. Like no one's denying the horrific atrocities that happened on October 7th, the sexual violence that was waged from select few people. It's the idea that it was used systemically and like directed to do as a tool of war to justify the response is the biggest thing. They made up this idea that these horrible, evil Arabic people went and raped everyone. They're disgusting. They need to be eradicated. Let's genocide them. That's why this not like having more evidence for it is important.
Information
because it was used to justify the response to October 7th.
By the mission team indicates that the festival
was
was
a
a
genocide.
site of
It
grave
is an
violations,
ongoing
including
genocide.
brutal mass murder. Several hundreds of bodies recovered from the site. In addition to many abductions, bodies were also found with extensive burn damage. Based on the exam.
Wait. He's missing something up here. What does it say? Remains a significant likelihood that the findings of a mission team in terms of verified violations only partially reflect the crimes actually committed. A more comprehensive assessment of the occurrence of conflict-related sexual violence in the context of October 7 attacks would require a fully fledged investigation by competent bodies with adequate time and capacity. It says on screen what fucking Hassan is talking about. It says on your screen, you fucking dipshits. Like, Jesus, right there.
Nova Music Festival, an outdoor event, an open field 5 kilometers from Gaza, perimeter fence.
Well, are they getting there? Are they reading
around
up here?
3,500 attendees. Mainly young individuals. Information
Yeah,
reviewed by
they
the mission
missed- they
team
skipped
indicates
the
that the
part.
festival was a site of grave
They're trying to do the crop, but they can't crop because the words are on the fuck screen.
violations, including brutal.
What are you saying? The same shit. Okay, what is this? Unrelated, but I hate when he tries to read something. Yeah, fair. Fair enough. But it can't be ableist. Reading is hard.
You think he's?
Yeah, I think he's bad. You should have heard. You heard him trying to read. He's diabetes and dyslexia. No hope. There's no evidence that the same was true of October 7th simply because the IDF claims that they must believe it. That's the thing. Also, while the IDF has a Hannibal directive, I'm not going to believe them that they didn't also use the Hannibal directive to stage the mass rape story. Absolutely. If Israel had let the UN investigators in, we wouldn't need to be speculating. So why didn't they? Exactly. That's a big one. If Israel had let the UN investigators, they only know the clip, chimp, and lie. No, straight up. And they fucking can't even clip chimp because it literally says on the fucking screen, goddamn Hassan's fucking point. A more comprehensive assessment of the occurrence of conflict-related sexual violence in the context of October 7 attacks would require a fully fledged investigation by competent bodies with adequate time and capacity. Literally, that debunks everything you guys are saying right now about what Hassan's saying, because that's all Hassan is saying, agreeing with this. Like it's on the screen. Also, this Lizzie craft is from South Africa, by the way.
Oh, cool.
So that they know a thing or two about some apartheid bullshit.
Brutal mass murder. Several hundreds of bodies recovered from the site. In addition to many abductions, bodies were also found with extensive burn damage.
You skipped the part.
Based on the examination of available information, including credible statements by eyewitnesses, there are reasonable grounds to believe that multiple incidents of rape, including gang rape, occurred in and around the Nova Festival site during and around during the October 7th attack. Credible information was obtained regarding multiple incidents whereby victims were subjected to rape and then killed. There are further accounts of individuals who witnessed at least 2 incidents of rape of corpses of women. Other credible sources at the Nova Music Festival.
Yeah, Ethan might be the only person on earth to chimp Nelson Mandela. That's so funny. It's so true. He was trying to make it like Nelson Mandela, the terrorist, according to the United States, was a pacifist. He wasn't violent. He didn't as if he didn't lead the violent resistance to the apartheid. No, he was just a pacifist. He was nice. He wanted to kumbaya his way out of apartheid. That's so funny. The galaxy leader being owned by an Israeli. Yeah, that's. Oh, really? That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. The galaxy leader being owned by an Israeli is also on the screen. Like what? He's like, by who though? Because oh wait, what are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Because it could have been done by the Hannibal Directive, IDF, or by Hamas, or by unaffiliated people who went through the border, who aren't denying things. Yeah, exactly. That's why they need a more comprehensive, full investigation, because these are eyewitness attacks of people being assaulted. It doesn't mean it was specifically Hamas doing it. It could have been the IDF doing it. It could have been anyone doing it. Like, they don't know. And like you're saying, the Hannibal Directive by the IDF, is as scary as it seems. They will do anything out of their to make sure they look as justified as possible, and they do not want anyone in the hands of Hamas, because they can be used to fight back against the apartheid. They can be used as chips to get concessions, and they don't want to slow down their violence at all. They don't want any, which they fucking didn't anyway. Like, all the hostages were still there, and they leveled the fucking place.
And are they still there? Or?
I think there's still a handful of hostages, isn't there? What does this say? It could have been done by the Hannibal Directive, unaffected. Yeah, we can't lay blame solely at Hamas without more evidence. Like, exactly. The name of the owner was on screen. You look him up. It says he was there. This was the IDF who got milk from. Oh yeah, they milked the dead seamen, the soldiers. they
were talking about
that's
that.
Fucking so weird.
Festival site describes seeing multiple murdered individuals, mostly women, whose bodies were found naked from the waist down, some totally naked, with gunshots in the head and or tied.
They were talking about that, like,
including their hands bound behind their back.
I know, fuck.
And tied to structures such as trees or poles.
That just reminds me of the Jordan Peterson thing, where it's like, look, in China, the semen extraction thing, and he had to delete it. It's all hopped up on his Xannies. I'll find it.
Now,
I want to find that.
Listen, it goes on, and it's all equally horrific, right?
You skipped the part that.
But imagine
you skipped the most
reading
important
this,
part,
and then going to the conclusion, or whatever it was she showed, editing it out to make it to misrepresent their conclusion and make it seem like they're saying that the Israelis are lying. I mean, how fucking sick do you need to be? How absolutely disturbed do you need to be? And this is something Hassan has done continually since October 7th.
Chinese sperm milking
he continually brings
tweet.
up this exact report to say they lied. This is the proof that
was
they lied.
male
And if you
milking
read
fetish
it, just
porn
read
that he
the
thought
fucking
there was a
report. You will
Chinese
see what a
sperm factory that
disgusting,
violated
hateful
human rights.
liar he is. What a horrific lie to tell. And for what purpose? It's so.
I know, you gotta be so Zionist pilled to have that job. You're dedicated to the cause out there. How do you even do that? Do you have to because they're dead bodies and you're extracting the semen from them? Do you just I don't even know how that would work.
Probably like a needle or something.
Needles? I don't even want to know.
Gross.
I don't even want to know.
There is also something people like to do with that particular report, because they'll say that people will suggest that we shouldn't really take much from this one because it's just like a 2-week fact-finding mission. The only problem is that when they say they need a full investigation, I think it's worth asking what a full investigation really means, because even if you look in that report,
they described it in the part you guys skipped.
The thing that they expect from a full investigation is there are a couple of locations where they didn't get to interview witnesses, and they think maybe if they hang around for longer, they can build connections with some of the potential survivors until they're willing to talk. A full investigation wouldn't provide you any more. They're not going to dig the bodies out of the ground and start swabbing them, right? They're not going to get access to loads more videos or pictures that are just hidden for some reason. The only thing an additional investigation would do, and it says so in that report, is that they would maybe get more time to get survivor statements, and also they'd get to review a few more locations.
Okay, so they're arguing that you just have to believe the IDF reporting that mass rapes happened. You can't believe the UN reporting that they're sorting. That's rape denial. If you quote the UN sources, you're denying rapes. You have to fully believe the IDF and what they said, or you're denying rapes. That's what their argument is.
The fact that it's not a full investigation doesn't discount
what I'm
anything
hearing.
that was said there. Like what they found there was about as much as you'll find for sexual violence in just about any conflict.
Yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. The thing that Hassan says.
There was someone that was sad that her husband didn't get milked in time.
Talking point on it is like, they used the fact that there was supposed rapes to justify doing a genocide. And as far as I'm concerned, the way that I see it, I don't really see it that way personally. I don't think
you don't see it perfect. It's manufacturing consent. Read some fucking Noam Chomsky. This is literally part of manufacturing consent. You create this inhuman body of people that are so violent that they inherently just are addicted to rape, and you can't have them existing because they're fucking genocidal maniacs that just want to kill and rape all Jews. So we have to do everything in our power to kill them. That's what it is. It's manufacturing consent, dude. Sorry.
No, I was about to talk about semen extraction. Well, more like, why don't you just like save a batch for beforehand, like before you go into combat?
If you're in the army, maybe.
Yeah, like you would think. That,
No,
like,
but the Israelis think they're invincible. They don't think they're ever going to die. They would never pre-plan for something like that. And like they're invincible until they have to actually fight people. It's so funny. You watch the videos of them like actually come under fire and they're not that safe. They all fucking cower and run away, like scatter like children, because they are. A lot of them are only 18.
Yeah.
And like they're so pampered, and they're coming up against a fucking crew of people that are fighting for their lives and have been fighting for their lives. Like they're like, I want to go back to my mansion in Tel Aviv. I'm so scared. Yeah. And like, yeah, they panic. You're going up against some actual people fighting for an actual good cause. You're not. And I think deep down, you know it.
Yeah.
Like subconsciously, I think most people would know that what they're doing is wrong. Subconsciously, deep in there somewhere, in their humanity. That's why they all come back with PTSD. Yeah, the propaganda during the Iraq War. That's why there's remnants of this. Like when this started, my brain fucking broke a little bit because there was so much nostalgia for awful shit that was happening. All the Islamophobia that was happening during that war, all the justifications that happened. Like, because I was really into it. I was like so anti-Bush. I was really young too. I was only like fucking 13. But I was really into it, reading it, and like just like fucking. It was like we just restarted that. As soon as that happened.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
It was fucking nuts. It was just like, oh, hit the play button, like replay all this Islamophobic hate.
Yeah, I seen it with like I don't want to dox online or not dox, but like, anyways. But I seen like older people that I know just immediately revert back.
Yeah,
right?
no, a lot
like,
of a lot of people's parents, they just like went straight back to like towel heads or whatever the fuck they were saying before.
Yeah.
Like, because it's there. It's already been
programmed.
It's the manufacturing consent, and that the justification for horrific war crimes has already been laid down 20 fucking years ago for an entire generation of people. Oh, I want to be in there. I want to be by Kaya.
I want to be like Denims.
I want to be like Denims. Me too. Oh, you want to be by Denim in the picture?
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, no, they're using Israel to like crush human rights and free speech in America right now. They're saying if you boycott Israel, you can go to jail.
Yeah.
In the States, they're trying to get happen. That's crazy. You want to be Denims? Hell yeah.
They need an excuse to do what they're doing. They're already doing. Like October 7th was already bad enough for them to justify it to themselves.
Woo!
Right? They don't need.
Okay, justify it to themselves. Good save.
Like the manufacturing consent argument.
Yeah.
I mean, if you.
But
the way that I see,
the way that I see this. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, the people who manufactured more consent for like an Israeli operation in Gaza, the way it is like the people who manufactured the most consent was Hamas. They filmed most.
Yeah, let's blame the people resisting apartheid. These people doing these violent acts, look at how violent they are. We need to genocide them. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Look at how evil they are. We need to do a genocide.
Most of their crime.
The trans girl dilemma. Do I have a crush on you? Or are you transition goals? Yeah, classic. That's a classic one. You got nothing more trans? I fucking love having a trans ass, gay ass audience.
Nice.
I think there's like 4 or 5 trans people, like all the main people that hang out here, all my mods.
Nice.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
It's like they filmed themselves dragging bodies mangled through the city, and
Why would they record it?
Filmed themselves shooting civilians, yeah. And then they sent spokesmen to talk to the media to say that they wanted to do it again, and they've held to that. They've never walked back on that aspiration. So
they're trying to say, hey, stop fucking oppressing us. Look, we're resisting you. Look, we're gonna kill you if you keep doing this, which is justifiable. You are morally righteous to resist apartheid and oppression, and you're legally allowed to. Like when Hila went into Ramallah illegally and raided that house, they are legally allowed to fucking kill them. They are absolutely valid military targets, and probably should have been, because that's so horrific to go in and conduct a raid and kidnap people out of their fucking houses. It's disgusting. You are allowed to kill them according to international law. We gather numbers for protection. That's what they say.
It's like you don't need like an extra level of brutality to justify to get your cause for war, right? Like that's already there.
Right. So when I hear someone doing that, all I hear is somebody for no fucking reason calling these victims of horrific crimes liars. For no.
Then why were they doing? Then why were they spreading these rumors and lies? If all this is true, if Hamas was bad enough that on their own they deserve to be genocided, they didn't need any help, why did they make up all these lies? What about the fucking 40 beheaded babies? Why do they need to do this? It certainly fucking helps the manufacturing consent. Like, I do kind of agree. They didn't need any more justification because of what we just said, the already baked in Islamophobia from the last fucking 20 years, from the Iraq war, from the Bush administration. But it certainly doesn't hurt to have more cause and to paint these fucking Arabs as evil as you possibly can. Which is what they did. Like the fucking list. There's a list. Look, there's the list. That was my favorite fucking Israeli propaganda. There's a list of all the hostages. It's a fucking calendar in a hospital. It's so fucking sad. It's so fucking depressing.
Oh, no reason other than the fact that they're Jewish or Israeli. In this, I mean, both, right?
Oh yeah, I don't know. It sticks in my mind, but I always think the bullet that didn't dent their vehicle was a stone. Oh, like the cop that fired at the acorn? You remember that? Have you seen that video?
I think so.
Oh my god, it's so good. Acorn. Oh my god, it's so funny.
Hot fire! Hot fire! Just fire! Just fire!
They need to vet
Shots
these
fired!
cops a bit more.
You know. I'm hit! What? In the car! I shot through the car!
What the fuck, dude? It was an acorn hit the car. I don't think anyone got hurt in this. Did they? Was there someone in the car?
I don't know.
Where is he? I don't know. Was there no one even in the car? If that car was empty, that's way funnier. I'm hit. Oh, I'm hit. Exaggerating the date just for a preemptive strike. Yeah, it's classic. Classic. Yeah, they fucking kidnapped a guy, and Hila was in on it. Hila was a part of an illegal raid.
And she was the organizer.
Oh yeah, apparently she probably organized that raid. That's a good point. God damn. She probably got to pick exactly the one she wanted to go on.
I want to get that guy.
This house has the most children in it. This will be the most tragic. I want to go on that one.
Ethan.
You have to fix this, Ethan.
It's disgusting, and I mean,
they didn't get hit. Okay,
it's just
good.
a shame. It really is. He also said, let's see here. He accused Hila of lying about religious Jewish customs to bury bodies quickly. He calls the Jewish custom of trying to bury the bodies quickly as desecrating bodies.
No. Hassan, please respond to it. It's very important. They're going to use it against you. What do you have to say to Hila's reasoning for Israel not letting forensic investigations that due to religious reasons they bury the body ASAP? That's a fucking lie, and she's wrong.
What a horrific,
play the rest of
human
it.
being.
Play the rest of it.
He's lying about
play the
something
rest of it.
So fucked, and it gets even worse.
They did actually conduct forensic examination on many of the bodies. They didn't immediately bury them. She's literally wrong. They took the bodies to the Shura base, and they actually did look at the bodies. The issue, however, was that the initial forensic examination was not conducted by real specialists.
By the way, all of this to deny rapes happened. Once again, if you're even wondering why we're going down this road, that's why.
Not to deny rape happened.
There's a big time frame issue there as
keep
well,
saying that.
because especially for rape kits, I'm pretty sure you've got like 72 hours before those things become like very, very unreliable. Hamas still had fighters in Israel 4 days after October 7th.
Right.
So this isn't even to mention the time it takes to gather the bodies and to separate them and identify them, and obviously separate the ones that are charred beyond recognition from the ones that you can do forensics on. And then having most forensic institutions in most countries aren't prepared to have 1,200 bodies coming to them in the space of like 2 days or 3 days. Like most countries don't have preparations for that because it doesn't happen. So there's so many logistical issues there. As for burying the dead as soon as possible, that is Jewish custom. It's also Muslim custom as well, by the way. Like they also have lots of burial practices that would make it harder.
This is all semantics. Like, he's not denying rapes. He's denying the fanatical story that the IDF immediately put out.
When we talk about Palestinians who have been sexually abused by the Israelis, and that's happened all the way since the 48 war, we don't really go by forensic evidence of it. Like, it's usually because a witness saw something. It's usually occasionally a soldier will confess to something, but it's usually because witnesses said so, or survivors. That's like the main piece of evidence we use.
The truth, yeah. So this.
Where's this? What is this? Conversation. This is boner. This is boner box.
Let's
yeah. What's your take?
Destiny, what's your take on Lolicon? Let's
yeah. What's your take on
Lolicon? I don't give a fuck. I don't know. Why does this matter?
I don't know. I'm just curious what your take is on it. But I do think that I don't know. It's fucking weird, but I just don't think you want somebody like that on your moderation team making decisions for like the whole live streaming community, right?
I mean, I guess, but I would say I wouldn't want anybody from like a ton of different parts of Reddit that are probably making decisions. Like, I wouldn't want anybody associated with anything having to do with like any of the political shit, right?
Someone's got to do it, right? So we might.
Yeah, that's fine, but I would rather have a guy that jerks it to fucking lolly than some dude that posts in some fucking tanky subreddit. Like, I think that
I prefer pedophiles to commies.
The Zaka group he's talking about, who basically in the aftermath, the direct aftermath, there's
exactly.
Like
they're known liars. They're known for making up fanatical stories to justify heinous crimes. But you got to take them at face value this time. This time for sure they did the evil things we're saying.
Emergency response team called Zaka, and it's a very religious organization. So these people are true believers, right? In that sense, and they show up to do like the most fucked up jobs possible. And by the way, that just tells you something, that in Israel this exists. There's a team of people who show up to sites of mass murdered civilians and clean it up. You have got a group in your neighborhood that does that?
My neighborhood doesn't exist on the outskirts of an apartheid state that we regularly subjugate to horrific violence and raids. I don't know. Does your house in Bel Air? Do you have a concentration camp pretty close by? In Israel, you lived. I think I looked it up. Where he lived was a hour and 25-minute drive from the Gaza Strip.
Oh.
So pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty close to live pretty close to the open air prison. That's why that what's that movie? Who's cleaning that up? And also these probably do exist. Cleanup crews, forensic cleanup crews. They exist in every city.
Yeah. That's what I'm about to say. I'm like, wait a minute. We're in Edmonton. There has to be at least one.
Yeah, no, they exist in every fucking like law enforcement agency that's big enough for it. Maybe not a tiny town.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely.
You know? And so these guys show up to clean up the bodies.
Yeah,
and
Ethan's saying this when
these
it
guys,
causes
by the way, are
carpet
like
bomb. This is like after
traumatized for life after
like
what
this.
they
I could see this conversation happening a week after the Israel came out with this fucking disgusting exaggeration of the sexual violence that happened on October 7th to justify their actions. But to do it now is insane. And to do it now just because you have a beef with a leftist political creator is insane.
But they're true believers. So a lot of these
He doesn't
guys
even
are
care.
like,
He doesn't even care about the truth. He just cares that Hassan. He doesn't agree with Hassan.
need to get these bodies in the ground immediately. They thought they knew death, but that didn't prepare them from October 7th. Volunteers with Saka, an Israeli group that recovers dead bodies, were among the first to reach the victims of Hamas-led attack. The trauma of what they witnessed may last a lifetime. Yeah, so these guys were trying to save them, you know, it's a religious thing, and they want to get them in
I'm not going to put that on screen. That's terrifying.
in the ground as soon as possible. And then there's also even an interesting
But yeah,
legal
no,
battle
there's
that I
even
learned about.
like we watched the Louis Theroux doc. You should get your dad to watch that, by the way.
I think I watched a bit of it.
Yeah, I streamed it. I don't know if you were there. I don't want to accidentally throw one of these on screen. Yeah, that's seriously, like, look at how fucking fucked up this is. He's like smiling as he traumatizes these fucking women. It's fucked. And like all the images coming, you don't need to post more of those. All the images coming out of this fucking thing, like all the soldiers like putting on the fucking panties of the women they fucking either raped and murdered or just murdered or bombed the house of. Like, it's fucked. These, like, the soldiers are so fucking disgusting. And, like, same with American soldiers. You see some of the pictures coming out of them. Like, they do not see Arabic people as human beings. Like, it's fucked up. And, like, he's, like, and it's because of stories like this that justify that. They paint them as this picture. Like, oh, no, they mass rape people. Like, they're not human beings. You're justified to treat them horrendously.
Where I'm
starving.
Apparently, they are holding some bodies. The IDF is holding some bodies.
What time is it? Maybe we'll hop off for a bit.
They're all like mangled and burned and charred, and they don't.
We're gonna hop off for a bit because, like, I'm never gonna get through one of these videos. Like, it's gonna take me 9 hours to get through this shit. Like, it's not, and like I said, I'm not that smart. So to be able to debunk these things as quickly as they put them out is fucking hilarious. And it's really nice to have you in there as a person that you said you're around 40 years old, that the apartheid in South Africa ended when you were 6. That's good to have your perspective in the chat. Thank you so much. And I think you subbed. So that's incredible. I love you. Thank you so much. But we're going to hop on. I'll probably be on later. I don't know what the time difference is from here to South Africa because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon for me. But I'll probably be on in a couple hours. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll drink some beers with y'all. Sensitive to this kind of stuff because I heard it from the worst reactionaries here. Yeah, exactly. There's people that still have the old apartheid flag on their wall. Fucking. What I would want to do to them goes against TOS, so I'm not gonna say. But I love you all. Thanks for all the new people coming by and checking it out. I'll be back in a couple hours. It's midnight there. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everything. Thanks for all the chat. See you later. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just awkwardly in the corner.
Yeah, during
the cook chair.
I warned you. I warned you. I was streaming. So
no,
don't,
that's good. No, I
can't
needed
say.
out. I needed something that wasn't just doom scrolling and
Yeah.
destroying my brain.
That's
Literally.
streaming's been helping me with not doing that. But anyway, see you later.